I don't mean it. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. Hey, what you gonna do with the gun for your brother? When you step like a bull, step for his brother. Hey, what you gonna do with the gun for your best friend? When you step like a bull, step for his best friend. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. I don't mean kill.
Hello, everyone. This is Defense Politics Asia, and welcome to the DPA Open Mic 35. And crazy shit have happened over the past 24 hours, and apparently, as I semi predicted, events are really anticlimactic. And yeah, I haven't really dig a lot. I based on the information provided by the DPA Army, including global observers, the DPA Discord, and yeah, so no DPA Discord is run by mostly IV. So yeah, you guys should join the Discord if you have Discord, and also do check out Global Observers. They're doing a really good job. They are very new, but they are already one of my daily reads. So so the it's very funny. I just want to share before I start. The open mics, this stream in the open mic channel has already been limited monetization because of the word Wagner or Prigozhin within the uh, the title. We haven't even started, and immediately it was already given the monetization limitation. What the hell, man? But it didn't happen on the main channel. So yeah, I think because I share the open mic channel everywhere. So anyway, do subscribe if you are, especially for those that are uh, not subscribed to the DP Open Mic channel. Poland losers. Yeah, that's a bit random. Okay, so I'm gonna prepare the link to join. I shall not talk too much. I let you guys talk. If I want to talk, I will do another video. I can talk later. So okay, so let me drop the link to the live chat. I, I was expecting some kind of a bigger shootout before they end it, but yeah, it did not happen. So that's kind of awkward. So let me drop this link here. So I drop on the main channel the link to join the DPA Open Mic channel stream, and then I'm going to drop this link to join the open mic, which is hosted on StreamYard. You do not need to install any apps. You just need the internet browser. And so I can drop the link. I have dropped the link in the DPA Open Mic live chat. I have pinned it, a DPA Open Mic channel's live chat of this stream. And I also going to drop this in the Rumbles. So this stream is a live stream in multiple places. Oops. Okay. Live stream in multiple platforms. Rumble, DPA Open Mic, YouTube, DPA main channel, YouTube, Twitter. Yeah. So let me. Okay. So okay, let me prepare. Everybody is in. It's going to be, I think, a very hot stream. Everybody is going to be like chasing to talk. Hi Nunya, Mr. Lambo, Vaughn, Wayne. Wayne's webcam immediately died. Ray, shadowy. Wayne, please on your.
Hello, everybody.
On your webcam.
Hey guys. Hey, Wayne, are you there?
Yeah, Wayne is back.
I think we should probably start the show with getting Wayne's opinion on this, because he's a bit of
it ain't over.
Contrarian.
My opinion is it ain't over.
Okay, elaborate.
I mean, would you trust Putin, Prigozhin, Shoigu, or any of these other people? That's a big problem. I mean, like, I can't see that any of these people can really trust each other. So I don't think it's over. I mean, I think it's quieted down for now, but I don't think it's finished.
I agree.
You second their propaganda.
What exactly happened? Since nobody got killed and nobody went to jail and nobody lost their job. I mean,
the theory is that Wagner, Prigozhin and Shoigu did lose their jobs, but I don't know if that's true.
I mean, that's fine if you can show some evidence of that, like a resignation. I'm just saying, everybody, whatever they said it was, obviously it wasn't, because Prigozhin appears to be walking away clean. So that means he didn't break the law.
We don't know that yet. I think if Prigozhin goes unpunished, it'll be a poor reflection of Putin as a leader.
Nah, not a
What if
problem
he's
at
doing
all.
what he was told, and now he walks away? Everything's done. Like I said, who knows what was done while everybody was watching the coup that wasn't a coup, that no one died, no one lost their job, no one got shot, no one's been arrested. So what did they really do?
Well,
They didn't drive to Moscow.
Von, are we sure that no one dies? What about the helicopters that has been shot down?
Fake news.
Open question whether that happened at all. We
It's fake
don't know
news.
whether it's true. I think it's false. Yeah.
Why don't
Most
you
likely
you already say something on the comments here on the YouTube about it? Can you clarify more?
I'm actually not very 100% sure
The
because
plane?
we did have a quite firm report that 3 helicopters got shot down. 2 Mi-8, 1 Mi-35. Mi-35 is like it looks like the Hind, but there's only one image of a burning helicopter, and we do have video footages of the Ka-52 fighting with the Wagner forces. The Ka-52 actually barely avoided a surface-to-air missile, which I share on the DPA Telegram channel as well. So whatever I think is pretty credible or nice, I did put it on the Telegram channel. So I no idea. Today's stream. For those that are trying to join, I do know that I'm quite sure today is going to be very hot. A lot of people is trying to join. We already have like 2 drop off already. They haven't even started talking, and I wonder, is Felipe new?
Yeah, I'm new.
You want to introduce yourself, and Sweeping Steve, is it new as well? Has Sweeping Steve come before?
No. I'm
Okay.
I've been here, I think, 2 or 3 open mics ago.
Yeah.
Okay. Felipe, do you want to introduce yourself first?
Swap me out
Yeah.
for however
So-
long to the back. Swap me out real quick. I got to go do something for about 10 minutes.
Okay.
So, introduce myself, like age and stuff, previous background and shit.
Oops.
So I'm 26, almost 27. I did a couple of years in the army. Went to officer school, and I did training as infantry training and scout sniper training in the army. And then I still have contacts in my country's army, so I get some intel from the western side. And also
Which country
had
you from?
a couple of
Sorry,
friends. I live in Switzerland, so neutral-ish nowadays. And yeah, I got a couple of friends who went to Wagner when they were in Africa, but they came back, so sometimes they dropped some intel on me. And yeah, that's pretty much it.
So you're from the Swiss army or French army? You went.
Swiss. No, I
Okay.
didn't join the Foreign Legion.
Oh,
No, just Swiss Army.
okay.
You need to become a Vatican guard now.
No Christian from me.
Okay, I would like to chip in, if you allow, on the theory of what happened today.
Yeah.
Okay, I put my comments on the DPA chat, and so actually when it started, I started analyzing as a military officer, a retired veteran, that what is happening. And I came up with 3 scenarios. First was that it was real, and Prigozhin had gone mad, and probably there's going to be some rough time. But I thought that even if he had gone mad, most of the lower cadre in Wagner would not fight the Russian military, because ultimately they take an oath of allegiance to Russian motherland. So it is going to subside very soon. Scenario 2 was maybe it appears out of place, but now connecting the dots last 48 hours, it was that basically it was part of Maskirovka. That's my theory, and we can discuss it. And it was to draw reflexive control from the other side, NATO and Ukraine. And I think that they were able to achieve. So if you look at the events, how they unfolded, one is I think there was no loss of blood. There are, some fake reports or some real reports that some of the helicopters were shot down. People were, still very comfortable in the streets of Rostov when the Wagner was there. And then looking at, let's say, if he was marching to Moscow along single road, it looked very, very absurd that how could, such a large column reach Moscow without getting intercepted. And so if this was Maskirovka, because in current times, the post-truth is very difficult to really deceive the other side. But in post-truth, since it was an info-ops theater, what Ukraine has become, it could have been part of an info-ops operation, I think, which was very, very successful, especially the culmination. Suddenly, you have a Belarusian president. I don't know when he befriended Prigozhin. He lands up and everything is hunky-dory. And then they start going back. And there's also shifting of forces, mind you. Like there's a shifting of forces from south to north in this entire gambit. Because there is, I think, Ahmad boys are moving up to replace where Wagner, and Wagner has moved further north. So then you can also cover. Then there's also mobilization because Russian Federation wanted to now crush the rebellion. So there's mass mobilization. So this allows, the Russian side to mobilize 300,000 people. And there were a lot of dust created by the NATO and Ukrainian and Western websites on social media. There were all kinds of stories like Putin's aircraft is missing and all that. So these are 2 or 3 scenarios that I predicted in the start when it started. But we can discuss that what happened because I think next 48 hours things will be more clear what happens to Prigozhin and if there was a compromise, what sort of compromise. But suddenly everything, falling back to normal. So this somehow substantiates the theory that probably this could have, and this is a very, very classic example of a deception, because I think now what Ukrainians are doing was to get advantage of that, putting a lot of forces in certain areas they thought were being vacated, and probably they'll be sorted out. And meanwhile, I think Russia should be able to mobilize more forces. And people don't know where their forces are gone, because let's say if they're coming to crush the rebellion, they could have reached their jump-off points. So maybe you find in next week 300,000 people, troops reinforcing the front line. So these are 2 of the theories, and we can discuss it based on what happened. I may be wrong, but I predicted it, and I feel that probably it was more of Maskirovka, and to draw reflexive control. Reflexive control is again a Russian strategy. It's normally against a stupid enemy. You play on its fantasies, and you try to draw reaction, then make him start committing mistakes. So this way I will, I think, end my argument, and we can discuss it. Yeah.
I'm going to agree completely.
Yeah, I could add some stuff to that as well.
Go ahead.
You guys tell me. Yeah. So just a small recap of less than 24 hours. Wagner goes rogue. They take around 25,000 men, allegedly, and march to Moscow. They're uninterrupted. All roads are open to them. 0 standoffs that we know of or have pictures. No destroyed vehicles. The destroyed heli, I think, was proven wrong, the Ka-52. Chechens go into Rostov. It's labeled counter-intel by everyone, so countering the rebels. Deal is agreed upon, not by Putin, but by the Belarusian president. Always forget his name. The deal is made in less than 8 hours. Putin approves the deal in less than 8 hours. Somehow Prigozhin and the Belarusian president are best friends, and they got into terms pretty quickly. Wagner goes back to fight, according to latest Prigozhin statement. Putin will restructure the MOD probably as one of the follow-ups. They can fire everyone he wants. He doesn't need an explanation anymore because someone did a coup. The Belarus now has affirmed powerful ally from Russian because they negotiated with the Wagner rebels, quote unquote. and the Chechens are repositioned to Rostov, and Wagner, with all their might, can just reposition somewhere in the Belgorod region without telling the West, hey, we're moving. Because from what I've seen and what I have known from a couple of colonels, the West does keep tracks and does have pretty powerful intel from satellite intel and images that they just give to the Ukrainians, like target packages, and they scan them and say, hey, this is the target packages. They will be here and this time, this time, this time. See if you have any ammunition in range, and then struck them. So one way to avoid that and confuse the Ukrainians and the West and their analysis is just, hey, there's a coup. The troops are moving to Moscow. No one knows what's happening really. And then mysteriously, Wagner always leaves men behind on the way to Moscow to secure the roads, but no one knows then what happens to those men. They can just redeploy back to the front quicker and make less of noise that way, and it's harder to track. So that's pretty much what I think as well that happened. Putin just consolidating more power and moving forces.
May I say what I think happened? Okay. Okay, so I think this started in 11 8 p.m. or 9 p.m. Moscow time, and first off, at first it was not clear to me, but what I think is that a few thousand Wagner troops came from Ukraine and enter from the Ukraine war zone and enter Rostov, and from there they basically got ready and stuff. They captured the southern military district headquarters, and then after that they started going up the highway towards Moscow. And when they were going through the highway, I think they were negotiating, because the negotiation needs to take place at some time. So I think that the negotiation took place while they were on the highway going towards Moscow, and and then the terms were agreed upon by Prigozhin and the Russian government, which is basically Putin, Shoigu, and Gerasimov, and while Lukashenko was facilitating the negotiations. So I don't think there will be any changes in the Ministry of Defense, because the Peskov said that there were no discussions about changes in the Ministry of Defense, and I don't think there will be any trials or anything. Wagner, the troops, and Prigozhin is basically free now. They have been pardoned for their this crime, because this was agreed in negotiations, as Peskov said. I think he also said a few other more things, but basically I don't have very big theory. I think it is what we saw in the news. That is that they basically came in. Prigozhin was angry because of the MOD leadership not doing much for the war in Ukraine, especially with the ammo issue. So Prigozhin came in and was like, it's enough, we need to fix this. If you don't agree, we will start a war. He was like this. So I think that's what happened. The negotiations went down, and they finally agreed to fix all their disagreements. Yeah, that's okay.
Well, I'm in the camp that doesn't buy that it's sincere at all. I think all of Wagner's points are right, and I think I just to throw in a couple more things I think everyone's missed so far. One is that Prigozhin has been positioned now as a kind of controlled opposition to Putin. He may have got some Western money. He certainly could get some in the future. There are certainly hopeful people who think he's some kind of counter to Putin, so that's nicely set up. The Wagner troops themselves, even if they're not led by him, will form new mercenary companies. They'll be quite welcome in Africa. Putin has distanced himself from them, so he will no longer be blamed for anything they do in Africa. And I think they're very well positioned to take on AFRICOM there. He has a list of every single reaction that everyone in Russia had to these events. Did they call their friends? Did they express approval, disapproval? He knows now who his friends and enemies are very clearly. And then there's also these counter-terror powers he now has, which are very considerable, and let him deploy troops into the region, including conscripts, and let him impose kind of martial law powers. And another thing that he gets out of this is that to the degree that anyone in Ukraine made a positioning decision or took an unwise assault, they paid for it, because the troops they ran into were very well prepared, and which essentially the whole thing was a trap. Come at us, and they did come at them. And I've heard that as many as 2 whole brigades were lost to Ukraine just literally today. So that should round out the list of things that Putin gets as a benefit. To me, if you're familiar with North American fake TV wrestling, this is what's called a heel turn, where somebody shows up and suddenly becomes a bad guy when they were a good guy, and then there's some kind of tussle, and then some manager shows up and negotiates a new deal for them to take them away from the person they're fighting with, which is Lukashenko's role here. And that is important. I agree with Wagner. He has to make Lukashenko look like a hero, like a mediator, like a real boss in front of his own people. Who knows what happens with Shoigu and Gerasimov, but whatever it is, it's whatever Putin wants, because he now has the excuse to do whatever he wants. So I think we have enough things that Putin gains from the staged coup to just say it's staged and not believe anything more of it.
Red, is that your first open mic or not?
At what cost, though?
Yes. No. I've been to a few open mics before.
Okay. Sorry.
Ray have been around for quite some time already. For those that are wondering, right, Ray is one of the best fact checker that I actually know. He actually does very, very good fact checks. Yeah.
Can I answer Nanya's question?
I don't do it anymore. Okay, just before.
I just wanted to answer Nanya's question. At what cost? I would say it's a negative cost. That is to say, he gained. You have to understand Russian politics here. He looks like the strongman. Even Ukrainian people understand that he looks like a strongman at the end of this. The people that are inclined to underestimate Putin underestimate him more. The people that are inclined to overestimate him more. And that's what he wants, a clear differentiation of friends and enemies. So I think he's gained out of this, and it's completely crazy to think that to jump in now and try to take advantage of some perceived division would be an advantage to the West. It's the most dangerous kind of trap. And as Wagner's pointed out, and others have pointed out, basically a lot of troops were moved around. We don't know their final destination. All of Wagner are going to show up in Belarus, and it'll be almost like no one's questioning that. And maybe they'll make it up to Putin by striking south to Zhytomyr and finally cutting off the 6 oblasts that they want Poland to take. So it could be anything from here. Positionally, could be done. And politically, certainly he has the power to do anything and take the losses from it, because the public support is with him and to end the war. So I don't think it cost anything at all. I think he gained from it.
Okay, so let me just play devil's advocate for a sec. He's now got 150 million Russians who think that Wagner is as effective.
Your mic died.
He's
back.
Oh.
I think I can answer your question.
No, sorry. No, that was my wife calling. He effectively right now has a population who think that Wagner has turned on them. And they also have a president who presumably is a president who's willing to make deals with treasonists, right? That's how I perceive it. So I don't know how you overcome that.
Well, actually, he has had a problem for a while that people that he wants to join the Russian military, sons of politicians, Duma members, academics, these people are trying to join Wagner right now, and he wants them to join the Russian regular forces. He needs to discourage the Russians from joining Wagner. He wants Prigozhin to go away and recruit Westerners, like out of the French Foreign Legion or something, or Africans. He wants a new recruit pool for Wagner, and he wants it not to include any more Russians, because the Russians need to join the real army. So I think that's just the cost you pay if you want to distance from that entity. If he looks forgiving to them, okay, well then they can make it up to him. They can go and destroy AFRICOM or something.
I could say for the open front, the Wagner recruitment, they were recently looking for more translators for their trainers. So yeah, they're looking more into Western types of guys. More likely, maybe not Americans, but like Foreign Legion is more some of ex-Russian guys that go there that end up
Yeah, I
with
think
Foreign
there
Legion or
are.
Polish. So yeah.
Yeah, there are foreigners in like Wagner. I think we have seen a few videos of like what Swedish, Norwegian like veterans fighting for Wagner. So I
So I
think
heard
Wagner is trying to go international. I think they're trying to like
so
form an international legion for Russia.
because the rumors that I heard like months ago was that they have like like huge international legions within it, like whole battalion of English or the Americans or something. Is some ridiculous number that you cannot believe. Like yeah, but I can't tell if it's misinformation or if it's real. That was during the time where they have this recruitment. They want to recruit Americans at the time where they have all these propagandas flying all over the place.
I mean, I know
Yeah.
because I had friends in there that they normally speak only in English. But yeah, they do have some more like units that are only English, but they're not deployed. As far as I know, in Ukraine, no, they were not deployed there. They were mainly used in Africa, or if you got some guys who spoke French, because in Switzerland you speak like either French or German, then they were used as well in Africa because some African countries speak French as native languages.
There's another aspect of information operations, if you allow. If you look at how the West was, I think, building up information operation for last, I think, more than 1 year. So they were trying to fake successes, including induction of these leopards and so on and so forth. So I've always I think said it that Ukraine is being used as a big info ops theater by the West instead of delivering it on ground. And there was another need on now to debunk the Western propaganda. And this is classical, reflexive control. Now, reflexive control theory is basically a Russian strategy that you start playing on the fantasies of an enemy or the hostile side in a manner that he feels very comfortable. So this all thing, I think, if you look at how Western media, the social media, even mainstream media was playing, right from CNN up to I think BBC, then Le Monde, the German media, and especially the Ukrainian media. I think even the president was Zelensky. He was shown on social media. Maybe there were memes, but basically this was playing on their fantasies for let's say 24 hours and then debunk it abruptly that everything falls because there were a lot of hopes. I think there was also a news that probably US will not be putting sanctions on Wagner because they were liberators, and suddenly they realized no, yes, Lukashenko has done some magic, and again they are back to be declared as terrorists. So I think the info ops machine of the West has suffered a lot because of this. Because now tomorrow, when the sun rises and everything is fine in Russia. So there will be a lot of question raised on the Western media because they've been playing, I think, this especially for their own public by zombifying and putting in this narrative of false success stories, I would say. And I think, as pointed out earlier, that probably Ukrainians have lost a lot of forces because they thought probably there was a vacuum and they could just get in. I don't know what has happened because we were observing that there were a lot of attacks by Ukrainians, at number of points. I think even they tried to recapture Bakhmut, so they also fell into the trap. So I think militarily also he gains. He gains in the information ops domain because he converts this absurd info ops theater now into a phantasmagoria for 24 hours, and then suddenly, the curtain is down and there's nothing. Interesting thing is there are no casualties. Somebody was, giving on Wikipedia the, this revolution for 24 hours. How it started, what was pit against what, and then he says everybody went home, happily to live hereafter. So I think this is again a dent. The other thing I think pointed out is uh, picking up the fence sitters. In war, normally you have fence sitters at your home and also in your allied countries. For instance, I think a position leader in Belarus was calling for some drastic measures, go and capture the Russian nukes and all that, and topple the government of Lukashenko. Then they were also calls to have mutiny against that's the Belarusian military. And I'm sure there were certain rebel groups within Russia which would have been identified because they saw success. And I think, as pointed out earlier, that these will be identified and probably taken out. So Putin will have, I think, a free run in the coming days.
I'd like to respond to that because basically the contention was when the sun rises tomorrow in Russia, everything's fine. And I think that's absolutely wrong. I couldn't disagree more because basically they've had a coup attempt, and whether it was resolved through mediation or not, there's been a coup attempt. And there's obviously rifts in their command structure. They cause disruption to their front lines, to their logistics. Also, the things that Prigozhin said, he basically steelmanned the Western case against everything the Russians had said about the invasion. He basically debunked every single point of theirs except one, which was the Bush Gorbachev agreement, which I personally have never found any evidence for. But there's a problem because he's been, he's pretty popular in social media. He's everywhere, including in Russia. So him steelmanning that case is not good for Russia. And the whole, imagine I don't know if you're from India or Pakistan but imagine if something like that happened in your country, and think about your military. If a private military company in your country went rogue, started a coup, even if it ended bloodlessly, it's not a good look, and it's not good for your society. So, and then a second thing I wanted to respond to was the guy that said 3 brigades died on the Ukrainian side. That's I don't care how straight-faced you say it, it doesn't make it true. And everything you say after that is just unbelievable. It's Scott Redder level BS, honestly. Your point is well put though, Whacker. We shouldn't be listening to CNN or ABC or, whatever the German news either. I mean, obviously that's why we come and listen to DPA. We want straight facts, right? Nothing is usable from CNN or any of these institutions. That's why the information space has become democratized, and there's so many people listening to Wyatt.
And I agree with you there. I don't think people, if this is truly a psyop, they haven't thought about that reputational impact of Putin and the leadership. And that's why I can't believe that Russia would agree to such a psyop, which is why I don't believe it is a psyop. I think this is Prigozhin went off the reservation. There's certainly a lot of indication the last 6-7 months that he has been going off the reservation. And I think he finally put his foot in his mouth one time too many. And he's been warned one time too many. And this is them putting their foot down and saying no. Now, whatever deal has been worked out, I think remains to be seen. I think if a deal has been worked out where Prigozhin doesn't go in handcuffs, then I think it's a bad deal for Putin because it just shows weakness of a leader. So I think we'll just have to wait and see what the details are.
Yeah, for me, they just went to a boot camp they did the team building. They went there for fun. No, not really for fun, but it's not logic. Prigozhin talked to Putin 3 days ago. We went there 2 days ago, something like that. So they had a good conversation. And 3 days later, that's not logic. And everything we saw today, we had today a voice chat on the Telegram that was for 9 hours? We saw everything, funny things happening, unlogic things happening continuously. 25,000 troops coming, not true, it's impossible. Try to move 25,000 people in one time, very difficult. Beginning, the reason with the attack in that camp in that forest is also fake. It's like a big movie that they made just to change, to take the attention, that's what I am thinking, the attention completely to Rostov, and they can prepare something else to the front because everybody watching Rostov. Then they are saying they're going to Moscow. Did you Google the distance between Rostov and Moscow? You can't even do that in one day. It's impossible with trucks, with the
It's a
tanks.
different force. So the one that is heading from how I look at it,
Yeah,
the one that
they
was
did that
heading towards
also.
Moscow come from the north, from Luhansk. They exited, so they actually even take the photo of the border guards that did not want to engage the Wagner forces. Is around 140, they say, 140 troops that was holding the border. So I believe they entered from the Luhansk region. The Belgorod is a totally separate force. So which is also why the labeling is also different. We see the red Z in Belgorod, but we don't see the red Z in the force that was heading up the M4 highway. So yeah, so which is also very confusing, because when we are looking at all these videos, right, we can't even tell, are they Russian military or are they Wagner? They all look the same. So
yeah,
when I see all the claims on Twitter, I was like, how the hell that those are Wagner? It don't make sense to me.
It's still a big difference in distance. Also, it's also a big difference in distance to travel to go to Moscow, and you see Rostov has a military base, has military bases, has airfields, has some. They sending guys from Russia. It's just not, everything that happened wasn't logic. And then suddenly you see a message, yeah, we're going to retreat, we have an agreement. You see them partying, saying like nothing happened. For me, they're just playing a mind game like Prigozhin always did. It's like in Bakhmut, he was complaining they didn't have any mission anymore, and the next day they were bombing Bakhmut like crap with the artillery. So for me, they're just playing a game with the propaganda, with the media, with the West. If I just looking to the news today in Belgium, everything was happened told by an expert of Russia. They was busy talking by Prigozhin. Is like that Prigozhin, you need to be more afraid of him compared to Putin. It's like the media they don't even know about what they are talking. We are busy today from 9 hours long to watching all the footage we received yesterday night already. Also, we were watching all the footage we received by everything that happened.
I think Nunya was absolutely correct, actually. I think that Prigozhin backed himself into a corner with his mouth over time, and that essentially, like, if you remember, what was that a couple weeks ago, Wyatt, where the Ministry of Defense said you're going to sign a contract now or you're done, and he said no, and then there was that bit where he was doing the theater at the MOD office and everything. So essentially, he had backed himself into a corner, and I think that there was no way out for him to basically go out with guns blazing, because everybody in his organization felt like if we get underneath Shoigu, we're all dead. It's not going to end well for us if we get integrated into the army, and then, if we don't do anything, the MOD is too big to fight. So I think he took an opportunity to try and just make a run for it. I think Nunya was absolutely right, but I do think Shadowy's trying to get in here.
Please, let me speak. I have a thing to add about that. I think the key point of this situation is Putin's speech this morning. Before the speech, it could have been a mind game, like Mr. Lambeau said, or some kind of decoy or something like that. But after the speech, from Putin, it's no longer a decoy. It's no longer a mind game. It's a serious political matters. If it had been a speech from Medvedev, for instance, it could have been something else, or even Shoigu. It could still be a mind game or a decoy. But if it's Putin who speaks directly, so it becomes immediately a very serious political matters. And it's what it showed to the whole world. Because a lot of people in the south or the east believe that Putin is a very serious guy. And he wouldn't speak about some small important decoy or mind game with Ukraine. Okay, that would be the Medvedev job, not the Putin job. Putin is about very serious things. And I think it's why I don't agree with Mr. Lambeau. It's not a decoy. This morning, it was very, very serious. Maybe now they are going to try to say that it was something else. But when Putin makes his speech, it creates a very serious things. Next one.
Hey guys,
Yeah,
fresh off the presses here.
Yeah, I
Oh,
think the same thing. I think like Wagner was like forced into a corner. Like the MOD was about to like what destroy them or like basically integrate the whole Wagner PMC into the army. So Prigozhin had no choice but to save his PMC. He took this hard choice.
so
That's what
guys,
I.
right off the presses here. Thank you to Jazz Dude in the chat who directed me to this. This is on RT right now. The terms of this negotiation. Prigozhin is going to go to Belarus. The fighters won't be persecuted, and the charges against Prigozhin have been dropped. So it looks like he's been exiled to Belarus. I don't know what that means, but
Yeah,
I posted
both
that
the
in
leaders
chat
and the
like 10
fighters.
minutes ago.
Yeah, the
Okay.
leaders and the fighters are all not going to be charged. I think they also don't dare to charge. To be honest, they don't dare to charge them. If not,
Yeah.
the
By
fighting
the
will
way,
become real.
like just an hour
I,
ago,
I
I
think
think
it's
the
something like
I
the
think
Roman
at
did in
best,
the antique time.
yeah.
It's some
and
kind
at
of
Kremlin.
exile
best,
from the what's they called the tribune. We win the war and we decided to try to take Rome. And since he missed these things, he has been exiled by the Roman politician. If he's really if you really have to stay in Belarus, it's a kind of exile.
Okay,
so
I
now
would
all
like
you
to
have to
come up
figure
with
out
two
is
more
who
points.
Prigozhin is going to
Hello.
pick to be his proxy to run Wagner while he sits in Belarus and retires.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a
And,
coup. It was a coup. Now he gets to retire in fucking Belarus.
and not just that, maybe Wagner will
Yeah,
actually
because that's what Russia
deploy.
does. I mean, look through their history. All the guys that ever stood against the Soviets and Stalin, they all got dachas in fucking Belarus and retired.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
And if he leaves Belarus, he's going to have very serious problem.
And maybe Wagner would move their HQ to Belarus. No, then they will be at the front line if they ever fight with NATO. So they will be
No,
like the first
what I
line
think would
troops.
be a good idea, Wyatt. What I think would be a good idea for Wagner is to move their headquarters to Syria, to Tartus base. You know the Russian port in Syria. They could move
They
their
already got the
headquarters
place
there
in
and
St.
focus on
Petersburg.
Asia, Middle East, Near East, and Africa.
Yeah, I got to say, I
Okay.
bought the whole. I was skeptical as well. I mean, but once that Putin speech came, then I started to rethink what was going on. So if it is a psyop, it had me fooled. So that moment when Putin called him a traitor, that's when it had me fooled. I was up all night following this, so I'm not going to stay on. So Wyatt, you can take me up. But first, I want to say, Draku, last week you got on here and you rocked out with your Glock out. So I just want to show you what I got. Yeah, this. Yeah.
No,
Hey,
but
has anybody said what's
question.
happening to the fighters themselves? Are they going back to the front lines, getting integrated into units, or has anybody said that?
Okay, so part of the part of the Wagner forces that did not mobilize by Prigozhin, that means when Prigozhin asked to rebel, right? There's part of the Wagner forces that did not answer the call. So these will be will sign the contract integrated within the Russian military. The rest of the Wagner forces will currently is returning to base, so they'll be going back to where they came from. What will happen to them, whether they will continue to fight in the war, is another story altogether, because I'm not sure if they can trust them anymore in that sense, or maybe they will be already deployed out of Ukraine and conduct wars in Africa and something. So because there is still a lot of things happening over in Africa.
They'll probably vet the guys, and the ones they can keep, they'll keep, and then the ones that want to leave, they'll let leave. I mean, because we got to assume that a lot of the guys weren't really privy to the big picture that Prigozhin may or may not have been trying to do. I still think it was an administrative argument between the chain of command. I think that's one reason why he's walking away, is because it wasn't a coup. It was an argument between Prigozhin and some generals, and he made his move and played it. I mean, he's going to fucking Belarus and retiring. I bet you he don't lose none of his money or anything.
I agree with you. It
He
wasn't
walks
a
off into
coup.
the sunset as a
It
hero.
wasn't-
His last big accomplishment was what, Bakhmut?
Yeah, Russians just don't let people walk off into the sunset, though, man. That's not their style.
No, but I have
He's
a
going to
question
Belarus. I mean,
for Von and Felipe of
I
the
mean,
other militaries
if he
and
dies
the
from like
chat.
radiation poisoning in a few years, then yeah, maybe they weren't really going to let him go. But I mean, if he literally goes to Belarus and you just hear about him every now and then or whatever, I mean, he's probably fine.
We're going
I
to
mean, the
fall
fact
on
that
his
he's out from
balcony in a
Georgia and
few
going to
weeks' time.
Belarus, I mean, he obviously didn't break the law, or whatever he did wasn't bad enough for Putin to care.
No, so what I,
I mean,
think
do
is
you
that
really
the
think
most likely
KGB
how
Putin is gonna has a heart for even a friend?
they
I
will
mean,
my belief is they will eventually arrest every one of them 100%. Is they cannot do it now because these people are armed, they are together, they have a doctrine. It's going to take years. Slowly, one by one, they take them out, one by one. This, they can find crimes on them. Slowly, when the moment they disband, they out of the Wagner, suddenly, they get abducted in a back alley of in Moscow. That kind of thing. They will not do it openly because that will just trigger rebellion within the Wagner, and then the fighting will become real. Even though it's just 25,000 troops, it's actually very tiny. Is when compared to the entire Russian military. But
Listen,
do you think?
Yeah.
Do you think? I mean, I think they'll vet everybody, but I don't think they'll pick up everybody. I mean, they might pick up
yeah,
like
they won't.
NCOs
Only the
and
commanders.
officer types, but I think they'll just vet everybody. And if they can trust, if you're just a regular guy that got in a truck and drove, they're probably not gonna bar you from service. But the higher up guys that probably should have known better. I mean, if that's what even happened, what if nothing happens to them? I mean, what if everybody walks away and, the guys that want to stay can stay, the guys that want to leave can leave, and
Well, it's not a
nothing ever
benefit
happens?
to the Russians if 20,000 soldiers are off the roll in a day. You know what I mean? Like as is, they probably 30 to
Well, I mean,
50,000
that's what I'm
guys that
saying.
they
I mean,
can't
guys
fight
will
this
re-sign
week.
contracts, but a lot of guys will probably just leave.
But the
Yeah,
thing
but
I wanted to ask all you guys, the reason I came here to hear your guys' opinion is what do you guys think? Like, say they do fire Shoigu and Gerasimov, is that a benefit to the Russian cause? From a Russian
Probably.
perspective, are they better off if Shoigu and Gerasimov
I'm
get
sure
fired?
about one thing. It's not beneficial when you do it under obligation. If it
Right.
was part of a plan to restructure, to reform, it would be a good thing. But if you do it because Prigozhin tried to make a coup, it's a bad thing. Because you have no
Yeah, I
backup
don't even know
plan, you
why
are
they
not
get fired.
restructuration plan. It's obviously a bad thing. It's your weakness, not strength.
Yep.
I think
Okay,
it's
I
a
would like to highlight 2
miscalculation
points.
from.
But
Okay, Maka, go for it.
Okay,
can I
I
first
like to
ask
highlight
Bakar,
Okay.
very short, because it's just a question because I want to ask Felipe and Von, guys that been in the military, if you're doing a coup inside the country, far inside the country, with 25,000 people, how long can you hold without getting new supplies?
I'd say Wagner, as they organized,
Very
they
difficult.
rely more in trains, so not too much if they need to move a long way. So the move to Moscow from whatever region they were in near in Ukraine was a bit iffy. It must have been planned a lot. If you want to move a simple convoy like 150 kilometers, you need 6 to 10 hours if you want to move them quickly. And that's not mechanized troops, so you need to be on basically infantry fighting vehicles that are wheeled that you can use on the roads. If you want to use tracked ones, you need to transport them by train because they consume a shit ton of gas. Or yeah, you need a train station. So the moment they want to stop you, they just blow up the trains and you lost your armor columns. So it's not a lot.
There
You normally
now they
would
did
just
by truck.
yeah. If you go by
I mean,
truck,
all they could
you
do,
normally don't
they
announce
would
it.
fight.
Go into a city, take the parliament, take the president, and then you announce the coup. Not just announce it before. If you announce it before, normally you want to
Yeah,
negotiate
usually
or
you
talk
see
to
like the
people.
units moving through the streets and people don't know what's going on. Then the coup's announced.
Yeah.
So
It's not like, hey, take pictures of us while we pose next to this BTR and aim our guns at this building. I mean, there's
May-
like in that one video, there's a lady standing there with like a huge balloon bouquet. Why
That's
was
already a
guys-
reason
I
why
would
we're
like to
going
come
to
up
do
with
groups like
the
that.
give me a minute.
Yeah, I would like to highlight too, because I think this question is very fundamental at how they could organize a coup. One is, I hope you know what was lying in this Rostov on Don. It's a military district. It's a huge command with controls two fleets. I think one in the Caspian, one in the Black Sea. It has three armies. Where each I don't know how many thousands of. So there were three combined armies headquarters, and I'm sure all troops are not committed with Ukraine. So and if Wagner is trying to do a coup with 25,000. Militarily, it is absurd. Number one. Number two, you start marching through a road to Moscow. So you know that in military vehicles you generally require refueling after every 200 kilometers because that's the amount of I think it may be 100 kilometers you require refueling. So were you expecting the petrol pumps or the gas pumps or the gas station on the way to give you Russian military could always, block it with air and all that. So it not have been definitely if somebody was planning. It looked very, very absurd. And then you are going and capturing some part of Rostov on Don, which is a very huge military headquarters with it's a huge command. I think he commands something like 300,000 troops. The commander in Rostov on Don, all not committed, but definitely they would have had reserve. Then you are extricating from a better location getting organized and then going for a coup. So these are, some of the things which you create confusion. The other is about President Putin's speech. Do you remember George Bush making a speech after 9/11? Somebody recalls at the highest level, and we in Pakistan, we still believe that it was a false flag. What happened on 9/11, and then the president comes. He was in a school, I think, in a kindergarten, reading a book which was inverted, and then he comes up and makes a speech, and then things starts rolling up. So you can always expect during war, a president, in case it's a strategic deception, doing it. So maybe I am wrong, but I still feel that somehow this coup thing and then settling in 24 hours, yeah, and nobody is killed. There are no casualties, and suddenly everything is hunky dory. So I still feel that it is part of a very large, and it has given a lot of benefit as we have discussed. If you look at it, how much it has benefited to Putin in terms of internal control, to his allies, then also to identify how the world leaders were reacting. So I'm sure we must be very clear now what kind of messages were coming from media to break the info ops, absurd theater of the West is myth, and then demoralize the Ukrainians because they were imagine that you are hoping that tomorrow morning, it will be a victory for Ukraine, and suddenly you find that actually it has become a monster with more forces. So still, I don't know because I still feel that we have to wait for another 48 hours. And why Prigozhin, who's declared traitor, who's declared anarchist, he should have been shot actually, is given a passage, and somebody said that will dent Putin's reputation. So why, he is allowed? I don't know how many troops will go to Belarusia because there is a sidestepping of forces taking place, and in this fog, I tell you, nobody will exactly know how the positioning is done for those troops which are mobilized to crush the rebellion and those who were already part of it. There's a lot of movement, and I think this is one of the best strategic deceptions that I have seen in my lifetime.
I want to let Lorenzo introduce himself. He's new on the open mic.
Hello. So I reside in the U.S. currently. I can't talk about my work. I have to leave that secret. So what I wanted to do was talk to, with my background, I have a similar background to some of the people in here. I wanted to talk to what Felipe said and what Wakar. Is it Wakar?
Yeah, Wakar.
Nice to meet you. So
Thank you.
I am concurrence with you two. I think that number one, I stress what you said, which is pay attention to the next 48 hours. I think that when you look at the situation as a whole, what media and adversaries are doing, particularly for Russia, is I think that Putin is paying close attention to how his adversaries are acting in this event so he can know how to posture his next offensive. That's what I think this was for. Was when we understand the idea of major offenses that Russia may or may not, act upon, they do know there are saboteurs within their midst. Because I do think, historically, when you think about the posturing of Putin, he wouldn't let something like this just be such a slap on the wrist, which is the reason why I take the position that you had taken, that this was a false flag, and it's mainly to see how the West reacts, how Ukraine reacts, and like you said beautifully too, Belarus. It's a good way to seemingly, right, position the Wagner forces in Belarus potentially for a northern offensive. If they're looking to that option in the future, without giving, what would you say, a direct, obvious movement plan to Zelensky. So that's what I've immediately taken from this, because as you said, the lack of resistance from the MOD, allowing 25,000 troops to just move freely. And the biggest one you talked on is logistics. There's no way a seasoned commander like that is just going to start a coup without having secured numerous supply lines on his route to his objective. That is beyond sloppy for any military commander in power that literally is operationally in command today. You could find no army that would be that sloppy, I think, in today's military doctrine.
To play devil's advocate, Prigozhin could have felt backed in a corner, so he could have felt like he was screwed any way he turned, and so his only way was to try and fight his way out. Second, the Russian military doesn't want to kill 25,000 Russian soldiers inside their own country. Also, with civilian casualties, infrastructure damage, the whole embarrassment on the world stage, they wanted to make a deal or just contain that unit as much as possible till the very last minute before they actually had to start shedding their own blood, in my opinion. So, I mean, it could have been a false flag, but that would be pretty crazy, and I'm not sure what the upside is.
And it's not even proven also if there were 25,000 people. Can be 5,000, can be 2,000, can be 1,500. Not proven. Nothing is proven.
Yeah.
And from the footage we saw, impossible to see 25,000 people. And it's impossible to organize that so fast also.
Yeah, my main concern, as you just touched on, Mr. Lambo and JB, is the fact of the matter is, when we talk about refueling, what Wagner basically touched on is how many fuel lines were procured, how many potential tankers, or even rations for their troops, right? Like when we think about this play, is all right. Say you hunker down, you entrench, right? You're like, okay, we're coming for the MOD. What is your plan if plan A doesn't work? These are contingencies that military commanders do think about. Okay, if we don't get Gold Point, what about Black Point? So when I look at this, I'm like, we've seen what they've done in Bakhmut, right? We've seen we have a track record of his operational, history and his record. And so for a man of his caliber who has outsmarted Ukraine, tactics, which is trained by NATO to NATO standard, by the way, I do not think that someone of his caliber could be so sloppy within the internals of Russia. That's the reason why I take that point.
I also saw a video where there was a Wagner guy supposedly in one of the Rostov, I guess, ordering like KFC or something at a fast food place. I mean, another thing too is like if there was any seriousness to it, like let's say you couldn't get a big logistical line together, you would at least put advanced teams ahead of you to secure gas stations in these cities along the route.
All of that, it's like falls on
you could always clean out
what
the
he
snacks
said,
and stuff to feed the guys if you really were desperate. I mean
why
you send guys ahead to do that? So
if this is all a farce, why make the West case for them though? That's the part that doesn't add up, because he goes through and makes the West case for them. Every point he goes through and makes the West case for them. So is there no reaction from the Russian government? That's why I think he's backed into a corner, because he ran his mouth so much. He put himself directly in conflict with Shoigu.
Retired to Belarus.
Well, you said it beautifully earlier. I was listening because I got on because I heard somebody mention it beautifully. That I think here looking for, when we talk about these sanctions, right? I think Putin has a beautiful way of getting money, right? We talk about these sanctions. If Wagner is offered, a package, half now, half later, in terms of a coup or intelligence, I think Putin is fishing for those channels that may have potentially already been there and that could possibly pop up behind the scenes to entice his PMC and be like, okay, these are the bad actors that I know that have been actively working or could potentially are trying to work now that they see this hint of weakness against me. Right, we know that the operational command of a lot of special forces to create insurgency forces, right? That they're there to create, internal strife, and so that's what I think they may have been fishing for. You said they made the West case for them. The West is already, if you're in the West, right, you already know the media has already fundamentally been on this narrative since the beginning of this war. The narrative has not changed in the West. Right. So, and if you look at Western media too, if you go in their comment section of mainstream, say CNN, Yahoo, you will see these people have fundamentally never changed their opinions or sympathies for Russia. So I think Putin knows that, and so he's like, the West's mind will never have been changed, but what I can do is I can choose to win this war, because I think Putin knows that fundamentally his foreign policy decision going 50 years even forward, that Russia will never be the West's friend. We saw it in 2001, because mind you, Russia has asked to be part of NATO several times, and the West has turned them away, particularly the US, and that's by design. So I think that Putin knows this historically. We've seen his interviews where he's talked about this at length, numerous times, pleading to them, and I think he's sort of forsaken the idea that the West will ever warm up to him. And so I think he's sort of moving more so in a military versus a political perspective.
Go Vaughn, but I got to respond to that.
Yeah, I was just going to say also, I mean, there's always talk about how, I guess vulnerable Belarus is to a coup and Lukashenko. Could relocating Prigozhin there in a section of Wagner just be extra boots on the ground to secure a Lukashenko regime? And that's why he's involved in the deal, because he needs those guys there to make sure he doesn't get taken out by a color revolution. Because, I mean, that is a weak point they always seem to be focusing on. And they have sat out the war and tried to be neutral, I guess, to try to keep the pressure off of them from outside forces. But maybe it's getting to the point where he's got to have some guys in there that he can trust besides the whatever military he can trust. Or maybe he just needs more forces because he needs to make sure he can stay in power. And I mean, they move there and he gets relocated and retired. And then if something happens, he's conveniently there. Or like somebody said, that he's there for the northern offensive, or he's there to scare them or just attract attention. If 20,000 Wagner guys decide to move up to the border, Ukraine's going to do something and react. So, I mean, it's just another thing where they could just move these guys around and mess with them. I mean, remember when they said they were in someplace in Serbia, and it was just a busload of guys that like went in there and hung out for a day and left, or they popped in down in like somewhere down south last year. They showed up in some buses and they the Wagners are here. The Wagners are here. I mean, it could just be stuff like that, but I mean, maybe that's why they're going to Belarus. Maybe they're there to shore up the Lukashenko regime.
I have to respond. I have to respond to that part though.
To create a new Belarusian battalion for Wagner. Because if the MOD don't want Wagner to add a new Russian battalion, maybe they would agree to add the Belarusian battalion to Wagner.
I have to respond to this part though about like the poor me Russia, the poor isolated. Oh, we're victims. NATO's going to attack us. A fifth of the world's landmass is not enough to give us breathing room. Like, that is one of the foundational fallacies of the whole build up to this war. I mean, it's as tantamount to the U.S. saying we were in danger from Iraq, WMDs. It is absolute nonsense. Like basically America itself was in a bad spot before this because Putin had outmaneuvered us. He had peeled Germany and France and other European countries away from the United States. Like he thought he made a gamble, but it didn't work out because at that time, basically those guys had turned towards Russia and nobody was attacking Russia. Russia's got effing nukes and a fifth of the world's landmass. Like nobody was ever attacking them. And also, if you believe that like security for Russia is an issue, where do you stop? Is if you say, okay, they need Ukraine to feel secure. How about Latvia? How about Poland? How about Finland? Where do they stop? What would make them feel
Ukraine
secure?
is a natural. Ukraine is a natural strategic stopping point. So
Yeah,
that-
in World War
it,
II,
it makes sense.
these countries have nukes now. Like you can't just attack Russia and expect not to get effing nuked.
It's the same
It
thing
doesn't
for the
make any
US.
sense anymore.
Yeah, but Finland
The same
should
thing
stay
for all the big
neutral.
countries.
Ukraine should stay neutral. Latvia and Poland should stay neutral. They didn't need to join NATO if they didn't think Russia was going to attack them, and they're not going to
Well,
attack
history
Russia.
shows that Russia is aggressive. I mean, and that
So
didn't
was
stop.
Germany.
And,
So was
everybody
Germany.
acts
So
like
was
there was this
France.
big
So was
peace.
England.
Everybody acts like there was this big peace when the wall went down. Like at the same time, Russia was attacking Chechnya and Georgia, and there was all kinds of things going on. Not that the United States is any kind of innocent. I'm not trying to make that case,
I
but
think
like,
it's the worst of all.
I think
But-
it's the same thing for all the big countries.
I mean, those
But
were
there's-
part of the
there's no-
Soviet
Wherever
Union.
they are,
They're
they
allowed
want
to
to
do what they
expand
want to their own
in France
country.
area.
there's no basis for this, like, this insecurity of Russia. They've got nukes. They're huge. Nobody is attacking them from
I mean-
Ukraine, from the Baltic, from Turkey, from India.
If I may.
Like, nobody. Like, it's ridiculous.
If I may,
Just
for
one
your
second.
point.
I
Yeah,
just
go
want
ahead.
to say, I just want to free up my spot for someone new to join. Guys, join. We were up all night last night talking about this. It's a great community in the lounge once you get in there. So, join up. But I'm going to go. All right, catch you guys. Thanks for having us.
Bye,
So,
Steve.
JB, just to tell you a bit, like my opinion, it's not that the Russians they feel weak or threatened. No, they just want the same thing as the US have wanted for like forever. Is just expand their zone of influence, expand
Yes.
their political influence throughout the world. It's not that they feel threatened by NATO. No, they don't care. They care about NATO, but they know NATO is just the US.
Yeah,
And
so
the
let's
other
talk about it in
partners
those
of
terms.
NATO
Let's talk
is-
about it in those terms. All of us.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah, exactly.
They're only concerned in the resources that are in Ukraine, as well as the West. The West doesn't give a damn about Ukraine other than it's wheat, it's gas, it's steel, it's manufacturing, cheap manufacturing. As Poland gets less inexpensive, like both sides, we just need to talk about this as people in reality and not fall into these traps where we're like,
don't forget the
NATO
geostrategical-
was encircling
You
Russia.
forget
They're
the
too big.
geography and the strategic.
What's that?
There is the Black Sea port. You
But they
shall
already
ask
got
to
it.
protect
I mean,
the Black Sea port.
it was a fait
That's strategic.
accompli. It was a fait accompli. It was already done. So why why February 2022? It's a fait
No, no,
accompli.
no.
It's already done.
You're mistaken something. The problem is Maidan. Not 22. It's Maidan the problem. The beginning is Maidan.
I don't know. I disagree with it entirely. Like, you stay out of
Okay.
people's internal affairs. We should stay out of Syria. That's an internal affair.
Okay.
They should stay out of Ukraine. That's an internal
You
affair.
disagree with 2014 or what?
I disagree with Russian intervention in Ukrainian politics.
Okay, so what do you say when
Yes.
Ukraine wants to interfere
what
in
about
Russian
Maidan?
politics by threatening to kill their population? Is that not a action? Is
I
that
don't even
not
know
an
what you're
action?
talking about. I mean, that's too far down the rabbit hole, man. You've been on too
Really?
many websites, man.
Really?
Like,
November 15th, 2021. Zelensky
just-
steps
there's
up
way-
and says, we need a way to protect ourselves and build up our military that we can use against
Yeah,
the
'cause there's-
Donbass.
because there's Russian troops on their soil.
No, there was
Well-
not. Prove it. Link it in the chat. This is up. There's a public chat. You link it. You can link this. You can link these sources, bro.
I've been following this thing from the beginning, man.
Oh man, dude! I guess you're the only one. No one else here has been following anything. We're all just
Alan.
absolute fools.
Alan, may I?
Please.
So JP, you said you've been following this since the beginning. When we talk, what's the beginning to you? Is it 2000? Was it 2020, 2021, 14, 08? Because when you talk about the Ukraine and Russian animosity, that goes back since the 1920s.
It goes
And
further than that. It goes, yeah.
and so what I want to position this as is we do know Azov Battalion is a thing. I do want to put that out there. But to get back to the interventionist thing is we do know that everyone's fighting for spheres of influence. And the biggest thing is when we talk about these proxy wars, you mentioned the Syria, the Afghanistans, the Ukraines, we do know that Article
Libya.
5, Libya, great example. We do know that Article 5 of NATO allows for the US to install military bases under that article. We do know that. So when you say, oh, we shouldn't allow this, we shouldn't allow that, we do know that that would enable for the US to put military bases at Russia's borders. We see it right now that China is taking steps to put a military base in Cuba as vice versa, a la Taiwan, right? And when we go back to the 1960s and we talk about Bay of Pigs, we talk about JFK. JFK, because RFK just said on record, right, his nephew, said that my uncle believed that we should not intervene in the in the meddling of other countries. He did not have an interventionist foreign policy. If he believed if a country wanted to be communist, it should be communist. Unfortunately, we know the powers that be do not believe in that. They believe in the military-industrial complex. We have an interventionist policy that's been running since post-World War II. And when you are a superpower and you see that, you know that you talk about these buffer states. Quite frankly, you need to have a counterance, a balance. And this is what I think, DPA talks about quite well, is the US is tyrannical. We had Madeleine Albright in 95, 96 talk about 500,000 Iraqi children dying and saying it was worth it. We literally committed genocide and we just swept that on the rug. And then we look at this war and say, oh, they're killing Europeans. I'm like, what about our actions? What about our war crimes? The world sees it, right? I think Janet Yellen just admitted de-dollarization has occurred by 8%, I think, since the pandemic or roughly this war has started. Because the world is like, we're tired of the US. We're tired of your rules. We're tired of your tyranny. We're tired of you bullying everybody who doesn't agree with your way of life or your spheres of influence. And we want to pull away from you. A lot of people are seeing.
Okay, you covered a lot of ground there, so you got to give me a chance to respond. First of all, where the thing in Ukraine, like you can go far back as you want in history, but if we, for this context, we go back to, what is it, 93, when they signed the agreement that made the United States and Russia guarantors of Ukrainian sovereignty.
Mm-hmm.
That means we are both legally guarantors of their sovereignty, their borders. So we've both abrogated that, but Russia has invaded. They invaded. They didn't have
so
to
what
invade.
about
No,
Maidan?
wait, no, you're already skipping. You're skipping.
What about
countries.
hold on.
You're skipping Minsk 1 and 2. Where did those just fly into the wind for you? Did those not happen?
No, even Maidan.
Can we first introduce Gabriel, please?
No, hold on.
Yeah, hold on. I actually agree with
Yes,
Lambo.
sorry.
Let's introduce Gabriel. We're sorry we're getting so heated. We'd like to hear from you.
I agree with you
First,
about U.S. policy. In retrospect, you can see that it would have been a better idea to let communist countries be communist. Vietnam is a perfect example where Ho Chi Minh was not on the Russian train. I mean, they could have seen that just looking at Tito. But in the context of that time, remember that the Soviets' stated goal was worldwide communist revolution. From the very inception of this communist state in Russia, they said, we want to take over every country in Europe and we want to turn every country in the world communist. And they, after World War II and before World War II, they were invading countries and installing their own governments. So in that context, if you're a leader in that context, then you have to assume that everything they're doing is to do that. If we make an ally, if we ally with Turkey, it's not to invade Russia and turn them democratic. It's just we're allies with Turkey. If we make an alliance with Estonia, it's not to take over them and tell them who's your leader. It's just to have a partnership. It's different. Yes, we're evil. We're just the lesser of evils. But U.S. policy has been formed by Soviet policy. Soviet state.
Yeah.
Right.
Please
Gabriel,
first
go ahead and introduce
Gabriel,
yourself.
and then let Archimedes please first talk.
Hello?
First, Gabriel.
Can you hear
Hi,
me?
Gabriel.
Well, nice to meet you guys. Wonderful.
It's my problem.
Yeah, your mic is very. No. We can hear you perfectly well, but it sounds like you're in a metal box. You're very echoey.
Yeah, I'm kind of in a metal box. I'll see if I can find a better place. Hello?
That's
Can you
much
get
better.
here?
Much better.
Oh, okay, great. Well, nice to hear you guys out. Wonderful discussion. A very eclectic group. Lots of interesting points. And Well, it's interesting that you're discussing right now the Cold War roots of the whole geopolitical confrontation we're observing right now. And well, I'm living currently in Chile, from Argentina, and to go to JB's point about the soft power of U.S. influence, it's a dilemma for me because I don't know, I can't particularly rewrite history to understand how it would be in another scenario, but here in South America at least, there was really severe dictatorships sponsored, overtly sponsored by U.S. foreign policy to avoid the monolithic communist idea, which might have been Soviet foreign policy. It's not exactly visible in the world. If it was actually like that, maybe it's just an abstract ideal that communism was, in their words, the best system, the most just, whatever, and so they wanted the world to become communist in a abstract sense, or maybe it was a real world conquest scenario. But from my perspective, at least, my understanding of history, Russia has been really severely damaged by Western invasion, devastating, horrific scenario. So it's logical that they have a certain apprehension to what military movements go on in the West, right? Specifically after the Great Patriotic War, for them, World War II, the situation didn't actually improve for them after. NATO formed, and there was immediately another Western bloc ready to confront them. So that, for me, kind of explains what you say is true, JB. No one is going to go and attack Russia because they have nukes, right? But there is a progressive encroachment on them, and you have a very clear example in what happened to Yugoslavia, how an internal conflict immediately turned into a NATO invasion, and then dismembering the country. So there's a giving the devil his due, there's a realistic perspective of risk, because Russia hasn't been invaded from outside in the past 80 years, but it has suffered these internal conflicts like what happened to Yugoslavia, or like what happened to Syria, or like what happened, they've had these sort of regional conflicts that could threaten to devolve into sort of an internal schism that would threaten their integrity as a state.
I would like to add one thing, if that's okay. You did cover these internal conflicts, but you have not covered the slow infestation of this Western culture into Russia. Of like this wokeism, this very, very, what would you call it? I want to say far left, but it's not far left, right? It's this very overly tolerant.
No, it's globalist.
Right? Globalist, yes. This globalist regime.
Globalist liberal mentality, yeah, basically.
Yeah, I want to address that too, because there's this whole idea that we've become this end of Rome, there's something wrong with us, we got no values and everything. We're at the front of all the complexities. You know, people can look down at their nose from us in China and Mexico and Europe, but they were basically one type of society. It was all Chinese, it was all Mexicans, it's all Indians, it's all Pakistanians. Here there's everybody. And yes, we look bad from the outside, but we're working on it. There's everybody from every ethnicity here and every cultural aspect. So we are basically hashing out everything before the rest of the world has to hash it out. You know? So we aren't degenerates. We're hashing out the next generation of ideas. There were people there were still countries that had slavery in Africa after the United States abolished it. You know,
we're not degenerates. We just let transsexual people show their tits on the White House lawn and publish it on all social medias.
That
Yeah,
is very true.
that's not a good look, but the world is headed a different direction whether you want it or not. Like people, in 20, 30 years, people are going to
Whether
be
we want
grafting
it or
hands.
not, no,
People are going to be.
absolutely not. It's not. The world is resisting against it. In fact.
I don't know, man. People are going to do what they're going to do, man. In 20, 30 years, there's going to be a technology so people can graft animal ears on their head and have tails. Like, the world is going to change. It's just the way it
JB,
is. And,
you
and
served,
30
right?
years ago, my parents grew up in segregated schools. So, and people were saying the exact same thing you were then, where like, this is bullshit. We can't have these blanks in our schools. Like, things change. The world moves on.
JB, you served, right?
No.
Okay, I wouldn't ask that question.
Okay.
But
yes, things change. Are you arguing that things are changing for the better, or they're just bound to change?
We're just at the front of it. We're at the social battlefield of the world, like at the center of it. Like, there's so many cultures, there's so many ideas. That's the beauty of America. Yeah, it's an ugly mess. It's a hot mess, but like, that's the beauty of America, is that we're working on the issues before everybody else has to deal with them. Look at Europe, man.
communist?
Europe was looking down there at nose at us for years. And then all of a sudden they got North African
That's not
immigrants and
working
it's
for
a mess.
communists that
They're
you're
like,
saying.
Oh, that's bullshit that you're talking. It's
You
not
low-key
suddenly.
sound like a globalist, bro.
Yeah.
no, they're rioting and protesting and not wanting to live with them. Like, they just never had to deal with it before. Look at Brexit. Like they had a bunch of immigration and they didn't like it. Like,
Yeah, and look how many homeless people you have on the streets in the United States.
yeah, it's a hot mess. I'm telling you, but
And they fucking
we're figuring
prefer
it
to
out.
invest in
We're
Ukraine than
not figuring it out.
people.
We have a corrupt, utterly corrupt political system that only helps themselves and allows the average people to suffer. That's not working it out. That's allowing the average man to suffer while the
That's
political
because
class makes
people
money.
keep voting for the Bidens and the Trumps of the world. Quit voting for those
JB,
people. Vote for somebody else. Like, you know what I
point
mean?
out some glaring
Who else is
cultural
there to vote,
issues?
man? It's either
What?
Biden or Trump, right? There's no
May
one
I
else to
point
vote,
out
right?
So can we reel this back in, please? So regardless of the politics, right? Below the politics is culture, and that usually drives law and people actually abiding the law, right? In America, we have an issue of people actually talking about childlessness, nuclear family, deconstructing what that means, and when we look at the sociological aspects and ramifications of that over hundreds of thousands of years, that is extremely dangerous. And when we do talk about the US, we do know that the US on record is talking about sanctioning Uganda for protecting the nuclear family, when talking about protecting their nation state in terms of keeping that family structure there. So when you say we have these multicultural and accepting issues, I think it's oversimplified because a lot of these issues need numerous generations to be case studies for us to see the second and third order effects. We're just now starting to see the effects of the sexual revolution, right? But unfortunately, the same thing.
I'll be back.
The problem is that the US has been exporting its culture almost forcefully onto countries when it has not vetted its own ideologies properly. It's not good science, and as somebody pointed out perfectly, but it's exactly what globalists would want, to destabilize regions and countries, because quite frankly, the only reason why, we're not looking like Japan right now with over-leveraged debt, with a dead population because of our immigration policies. The irony of it is these conservative countries that we've actually destabilized, mind you, like Venezuela, we're taking their immigrants and we're using them to be our underclass labor. That is the harsh truth of the matter, because when we look at our liberal elite in our country, they are not reproducing. They, do not add any actual things for, our working class and our poor. The New York Times, which is a liberal outlet, has covered this. It's called NIMBY, Not in My Backyard. So when you do say these things about American culture and acceptance, on its face, it looks nice, but in practice, it's extremely dysfunctional over here. It's extremely toxic. We have a travel warning from all of our allies in terms of the safety here. So that's
it's a
something
hot
to
mess,
do.
and people need
Yeah.
to, it's kind of the pendulum is swinging because people are not accepting of traditional values right now. People are being
Yeah.
bigoted towards people with conservative values, and it is a hot mess. But look, I've taken enough of the mic time. I'm going to make way so somebody else can get their voice in here. But good to see you guys. Good to see you, Wyatt.
JB.
Yeah.
You are not in the speaker lounge.
In
Are
the
you
what?
in the Telegram chat group for the speakers?
I will email you later and get in on that.
Oh, okay. You email me
We've been
then.
ultra busy for the last couple months, so I haven't been around. But yeah.
I think you will enjoy the arguing with them inside the chat group.
Yes, I love it. I love it. You guys are great, by the way. I do catch in and check on your guys' discussions. You guys are awesome. I love you guys. I'd love
email
to
me
hear
so
from
that,
On too on like the tactics. We talked months ago about how they were going to cross the minefields, and obviously it's a problem now. So I'm curious your thoughts on that. But you guys be good.
Bye, JB. And just Gabriel, is there music in your background in your home? Because the music is actually affecting.
You are mute now.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Yeah, I'm actually at work. I'm doing some. I'm doing work at a bar. So I sort of close myself in a space, and so now there's. I don't know if it's worse than before. It's better than before, maybe. I close the door
because there's no music. Because just now there was a music.
Yeah. Sorry.
So if you are in that, so if you are in that space with the music or whatever, please mute. Only unmute when you want.
Okay.
If not, then we are hearing all the mess.
I'm so sorry.
No problem. Because you wouldn't know because only us will hear. You guys you cannot hear. All right. I go to sort myself for tea. So you guys continue.
Can we let T do an introduction?
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yeah, welcome, man.
Yep.
Go ahead, introduce yourself.
I'm not new. You guys know me from the voice chats and stuff, but
That's
I
right.
wanted to ask
Oh yeah,
you-
Thomas. Jesus Christ,
Yeah.
man. Your hair.
Yeah, thanks for exposing me.
You came here as Thomas before, man. You're fine.
No, it was always T.
Nah, I don't believe you.
But I wanted to ask JB, but he ran away. With the Russian stuff, they do feel like they're being encircled because as NATO expands, they also expand the rocket capabilities. Not that can also carry nuclear warheads. So basically, they were scared of if Ukraine gets in NATO, they're gonna have the ballistic missiles right on their border, and that's like a 2-minute flight to Moscow. So that was one of the points I wanted to bring up. Also, why Russia feels like they're threatened, because over the course of their history, countless times they've been invaded from the West by Napoleon, then in World War I, World War II, and things like that. So the fact that he thinks that it's paranoia that the Russians are worried about their security, I don't think it's that paranoia.
I'm kind of frustrated. I was going to bring up the Minsk Accords and how Merkel and Hollande all didn't actually. They even openly said they were going to go back on all the Minsk Accords, which basically confirms all the concerns Russia had. But nope, can't do that. He's gone. I disappeared for literally 2 minutes. What happened, guys?
America,
He also brought up the
America's
fact
on the
that,
cutting edge of ideas, and I'm more like it's a breeding ground for filth. I mean,
I think the United States never been so worried like now.
one of the most powerful nations in the world. We exploit that power to export that filth all over the world. I mean, all these immigrants that are coming, they come from countries where it's normal to have a mom and a dad and live in a house and have a job, or at least try. That's like
How do
the
you think
main
my
goal.
parents feel? Right, my parents came here in the 90s. Right, one of my parents has already moved back, and the other one is like, yeah, this isn't the country.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, it
originally
doesn't matter
moved
what
to.
country you're from, or if you're from Africa, it might be a different standard of living. But it's like, hey, if I have a roof over my head and I can sleep safely at night, and my family's safe, and I can eat, that's where all these people are coming from. Even if they're poor, I mean, they're not like.
And then but the thing is, they come here and they realize their family is not safe in the most fundamental sense of that word.
But I mean, he acts like these people come here with these ideas, and all these ideas are getting mixed together. It's like, no, they're the normal people coming here. It's like white American liberals that have nothing better to do than think of something disgusting to do with their time. So they just come up with ideas because they have all the money in the world and all the power. So
if I could cut in, do you guys want to keep talking about this stuff in the U.S.? Because I know we got really derailed. We were talking about
Can we
what's going on in Russia.
Can we talk about what
If
JP said?
if someone wants to talk about it, I'm not going to cut you guys off.
Can we like talk about what JP said?
I'm done. If everyone's done, I'm cool.
If Red wants to say something, Red wants to say
No, it
something.
was like JP was saying that NATO won't go to war with Russia because like they have nukes and stuff. But you guys are familiar with the first strike nuclear strategy, right? It's basically
Are you talking about MAD or First Strike? Okay.
Yeah, basically, it's basically a country's ability to like defeat another nuclear power's nuclear arsenal very quickly, so they cannot like retaliate. So I was like thinking about that. Like, I think that NATO, like getting closer to Russia, they might be planning on a first strike policy in case a war breaks out. So that's what I was thinking. You guys can
Nuclear submarine has killed the first strike ID, I think.
There's honestly so many ways you could look at it. I don't know. When it comes to nukes, right? The whole argument about this country has nukes, so they won't do this or that, right? I don't buy it, man. I really don't buy it. Why does conflict still exist, right? If you're going to fight against someone who has nuclear bombs, why would you fight them at all? Therefore, why are we even in a place where war exists? You can just get nuked, can't you?
And I think the problem is not through invasion from outside. It's no longer going to happen because even when Russia tried to invade Ukraine, it's very, very hard, okay? Because immediately a lot of countries are going to help the invaded country, and it's going to be a very big mess. So invasion is out of the table, I think. The way to destroy a country is from inside. You have a better luck with Netflix than with your own army.
Yep.
And you have to use NGO, you have to use a political party, basically Navalny and the NED.
Shadow. We're talking about the same thing, right? My whole point is, why do we have to talk about nukes, right? There's so many other ways that you can defeat your enemy at this point.
Yes.
That you and me are talking about the same.
Nukes is a very dangerous thing because a crazy guy could destroy everybody. That's why we have to be very careful about it.
Yeah.
There is some crazy guy outside, sadly, but the main battle is not going to be nuclear. I hope.
Yeah, you were talking about like creating political instability, like and NGOs like NED and funding revolutions and protests. Like that's what the US did in Belarus and Ukraine, right?
Yes.
That's how the Maidan coup took place in 2014, and that's what happened in 2020 in the Belarusian protests. Like the NED, the NED had literally admitted that they funded Belarusian protests, so you cannot disagree with that. Like they literally admitted.
No, but dude, they stand for democracy and freedom, right?
Yes, sure.
They stand for democracy and freedom. You don't understand that.
Exactly.
No, but you're making a very good point. Ignore my sarcasm. The thing is, it's not just in Belarus or Ukraine, right? You see this happening. Shit, you saw this happen in Georgia. This happened 8 months. Did everyone forget about what happened in Georgia 8 months ago? This happened, right? There was a huge revolt that was thrown up for literally no reason, and everyone forgot it, swept it under the rug.
And also Kazakhstan happened in late 2021.
Every country, basically. Except Saudi Arabia, I don't know why, but they have no problem with NED.
Pakistan.
Small point I'd like to make.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen this. I've wondered for a long time, about what JV was talking about before, and you guys about the degeneracy that's been sort of overtaking the U.S. and I've wondered a lot, what does it mean? What's the intention? What's the purpose? Who benefits from it? And because one part is what JV was saying, that we're experimenting with a lot of different social options and tolerance and whatever, but it's too far pushed. It's here it's become really popular in South America because culture is contagious, especially from the major cultural exporter of the world, which is the US. So here it happens too, but you see what's going on over there, and it's like way far fetched. It's like totally blown out of proportion. And so, like, what is the purpose? And one of my speculations on that, because I don't think it's a single cause, it's like it's like a snowball effect. But one of the reasons I've seen is that to make like these social norms, new social norms that are so outstretched, so absolutely ridiculous that you can use them as a geopolitical tool, a lever, you know? So like you make gay tolerance, which is fine. Everyone can agree with it. Well, not everyone, but it's something logical, right? And female equality and whatever. And suddenly you have to mutilate your kids and affirm their gender confusion. And so any country that doesn't follow the line, you automatically have a geopolitical excuse to sanction them, to isolate. And I've seen that, like with Salvador and, you know, and I think Nigeria, maybe African countries that have also like tried to defend the family unit and whatever. And so like
you're actually making a very good point.
When you're whatever country in the world doesn't apply your geopolitical strategy or interests 100%, you can immediately grab onto any far-fetched tolerance source and start putting pressure. That's what I want to say about that.
No, yeah, I just want to add on to that point. It's a genius geopolitical strategy, because you use the cloak of being tolerant and accepting people for who they are as a tool to essentially make a play for world domination. Now that's a very maniacally over the top villainous thing, but like it's a very subtle tool to be like, okay, this is how we can gain influence across the whole world.
Yeah,
right?
I think if you totally deracinate a society where they have nothing else but the government to look towards, and you control the government, well then you de facto control that country, right? So what the United States has done by spreading the global homo agenda, whatever you want to call it, they've basically just I'm the oldest, certainly the oldest American here. I can say that, in my lifetime, I can't believe, I'm living in clown world here. I live in the United States, and, JB called it a hot mess. Well, I think it's a lot worse than that. I mean, you go to any major city in the United States and you got little children being exposed to, these freaks exposing their genitals in broad daylight and performing gay BDSM acts in broad daylight. And this is something that is not only allowed, but literally encouraged and also funded by the government, whether it's local, state, or federal. So this is complete insanity. And the whole idea of once a society loses the basic foundation of humanity, which I think Lorenzo was talking about earlier, that the idea of a nuclear family is kind of the structure of how human civilization managed to exist for as long as it did. Once you take that away, there's nothing left. It's just a house built on sand after that.
Yeah. Okay. Hi. Can I I came on to address two things that JB was talking about. I'll address them in the opposite fashion, because the first one is easy. He said that America is this huge melting pot where you have to deal with all the different cultures, whereas China is full of Chinese, India is full of Indians. That is one of the most ignorant things I've ever heard, because China is not full of Chinese. It's full of people that to you look like Chinese. There are 200 ethnicities in China. There are hundreds of ethnicities in India. They are all different groups of people. They just so happen to live in this geographical spot, right? You can't just say.
Yeah, but sure, you all look the same to us Americans, so it doesn't matter.
I know.
If you want to play, I can play devil's advocate on that, right? Because I've actually argued with Drew on this before, and I came up empty-handed. But like the logic would be, you're ruled by a mostly single, racially undiverse class of people, right? Which in and of itself may be false, but that's how it's sold to everyone here. So that's where this idea
that's how
comes
it's sold
from.
to you. But the way I like to see China is basically it's a Europe that's combined. You look at the landmass of Europe and the landmass of China, it's about the same. So like Fuzhou and Beijing is as different as France and Germany, you know, and Chengdu and Sanya is as different as the UK and Italy. They're totally different cultures. They just happen to many thousand years in the past combined into one political entity. So when Europe eventually combines, if it happens, combines into one political entity, then it will become like what China is today, one government for the whole of Europe that is bound by geographical barriers. To the east, there will be some mountains and steppes. To the south, there will be a big desert. And just like China, to the south is a big jungle.
But it takes a very lot of time.
Yes, but you can see the similarities. I'm not saying that it's going to happen. I'm just saying see the similarities. Okay, my second point is this idea that he has that what was I going to say, that the US is actually the how do I start this without pissing a lot of people off? Okay, from a person outside of Asia, outside of the West, Europe, US, North South America, and Australia, people that's living in, for example, Russia, China, India, Southeast Asia. When somebody from the West says you are not a threat to the rest of us, all we do is we look on a map and what do we see? We see Europe, 2 continents, North South America, 3 continents, Australia, they have been invaded, genocided, and killed and infested with Europeans. Africa, a continent that has been colonized by Europeans, and the 3 remaining holdouts, which is India, which was colonized, China, which kind of was colonized, but they kind of fought it off, and Russia, which was invaded like 3 or 4 times in the past and never got. So these are the original civilizations left: India, China, and Russia, right? That are still holding out. And from a person that's living outside the West, we see this as a continuation of hundreds of years of Europeans trying to take over the whole globe.
Well, let me make one point about that, because Russia is also part of the European expansion, or the expansion of, we could say, white people around the world. Russia did expand into the steppes. And I mean, if you look at Russia 500 years ago, it was not, in fact, they were a subject of the Mongols, right? And then they went and they expanded most of the space of the old Mongol Empire. And more recently is when they expanded into the regions of Central Asia. And the broader point there, which is that at the end of the day, states are not people. Okay, this is not Mean Girls, right? These are states. There is no law above states. The states are higher than religion. They are higher than every armed force. Okay, there is nothing higher than the state. Everyone is an asshole when you are a state. Everybody is an asshole to everybody, and that is the law of the world, right? It's all about power and nothing else. So when going back and forth, oh, Americans are so rude to Russians, and Russians are so scared of America, and Europe really likes the values of, it's all bullshit. Okay, at the end of the day, it's about who has the power to impose their will on the other countries in this world, and that's what's happening. That's all that's happening, and I think we really got to stop talking about this like we're watching the Kardashians, because we are not. We're watching geopolitics.
No, but people under these countries are not responsible for what their states are doing. For example, you cannot go to an American and say you're a genocidal asshole because the guy didn't kill anybody. The responsibility needs to die with the individual. It needs to be taken on by the individual.
Tell it to the Black Lives Matter in America. They're blaming me for genociding their people.
And I think they should. Right?
Yeah, it's an internal matter.
I think someone owns the responsibility of his own history, of his country. If you are part of a nation, you have a responsibility about the sins of the nation. You cannot say, French, I was not here. Yes, so I'm guilty of colonization. I'm guilty of slavery.
How many people have colonized? How many people have been killed by French colonists? Thousands.
A lot. And I have to accept that it's a part of my history.
Yeah, but you're not guilty. I can't throw you in prison. I can't trial you in a court of law.
No, of course not. Responsible. But I have the duty to not forget about these sins. Okay?
Yeah, you can
not be responsible. You're not responsible for things that happen in the past.
It's a part of me.
Well, you have to accept it, but you can't impose that on someone else who doesn't believe that.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yes,
can accept
but
it all,
I
but
think,
you're not going to impose that on me. I'm not going to allow it.
Avoiding committing the mistakes of others is not the same thing as being responsible for the sins of others. Just
yes,
that
not
point.
responsible, but the sin is on you too, because you are part of the
No,
nation. You did it in the
that's your
past.
belief, but you're not going to impose
Yes,
it on
but
me.
I believe.
Not
Okay.
without a damn fight. That's for damn sure.
A nation is totally abstract.
Well,
A nation is a super abstract concept. You can't impose it on the population, like, unless there's a general support of what the nation did. Like, for example, in Ukraine, when they all celebrate Bandera, they're supporting the atrocities of the past. Or if in France they would all celebrate when they defeated the African armies and colonized them, and if France
Only the individuals that
celebrate, the individuals that celebrate, exactly, totally. So yeah, we have the responsibility of learning from the sins of others, but we don't have the responsibility of the sins of others. Okay?
Well, that's a very loaded topic in itself to talk about, and I think that would be like a whole long form conversation about the nation versus the state, because those do have, in my opinion, well, at least in the U.S., concrete definitions when we studied from an academic lens.
A state and a nation are not synonymous, so anyone with half
Yeah.
a brain gets that, right? I mean, how many nations are there within the United States and Canada? I mean, every quote-unquote indigenous or Amerindian tribe is its own nation, yet it exists within the state.
Yeah.
So a state and the nation are not synonymous. They can be, but not always. Certainly
And
not in
then-
the United States.
And then, too, to touch on the second point, because I don't want to flesh it out too much, but you talked about individualism versus collectivism. Depending on the culture that you ascertain to, you will live life through a collectivist lens or through an individualistic lens. So when we say that I do not believe that I am responsible for the sins of my nation, other nations may feel differently about that, and in turn feel they are responsible for their nation, i.e., you could make the case for Han Chinese people. They feel that they are responsible for each other, or even in a lot of Asian cultures, right? You will see that with Japanese culture has heavily, had that historical precedence of, quite frankly, if your son embarrasses you in public, then your whole family pays for it. So I think it's a important point to highlight that it depends what nation or culture that you're engaging, to keep that in mind. I think it will serve in your best interest to do that versus saying what should and shouldn't be like if you are traveling in the future.
Well, I've said my piece, so I'm gonna peace out. See you.
See you, Drew.
Thank you. Great to hear you. About what I said about the difference between the individual and the collective, I understand your multiculturalist point of view, Lorenzo, but I was talking we can go into the multiculturalism of ethics, but I think it's extremely dangerous to sort of shed a cloak over a whole group of people, be it your own group of people or an external group of people. So from an ethical standpoint, I wouldn't make others responsible for what others did, be it my own people or some other people. I used to grow up, I grew up with a strong sentiment against the United States because of the history Latin America has with the United States, especially in regards to the dictatorships that were sponsored here. And so I had a strong sentiment against the United States. And it took me a long time to learn to differentiate what the US foreign policy was and is, and what the US population is, what individual people from the USA represent as themselves. And I would earnestly suggest that lesson I learned to mankind. Don't blame people from a place for what that place represents in the history or culturally. Like, we really shouldn't do that.
Well, in my opinion, right, I'm a collectivist, and I do believe I am my brother's keeper. I think the reason why I hold this opinion is because when you look at safety, right, when you look at like there you can go and look at security reports globally, ranked by country, and we do see consistently, right, the countries that are at the top, that are the most safest countries in the world, have this high level of interpersonal accountability in their nation, where they hold their brother and sister accountable in their nation. Hey, you can't do that. No one is perfect. There will always be bad apples in any group, right? But when we start talking about the individualism, we see it in real time over here, where nobody holds each other accountable. And so we're literally rife with crime and mental health issues, et cetera, right? I think it is important that nations do hold their people and their families accountable, because other people do pay for their quite frankly, their decisions. When we don't hold ourselves accountable or other people accountable, it's a race to the bottom, quite frankly.
Yeah,
And so,
Lorenzo, though, are you making a distinction between like in real time holding people responsible or intergenerationally holding people responsible? Because I think that's a huge difference.
well, I think both would be in people's best interest because when I did Big Brothers Big Sisters, right? I did some community service work, and the reps, when we talked about being assigned to our matches, I asked the question of why couldn't white males be assigned to black little boys, and they sort of brought to my attention, right, because I used to have this idealistic view when I was young, because I volunteered when I was young. It was about like graduating college. I think it was about, how old was I, 22, 23, and they talked about the nature of the history of the U.S., right, about segregation, all that stuff that happened. And so they said, what we see with the boys that they were trying to mentor and put them on the right path is the boys would take it two ways. Right? They said they would either go the Malcolm X route or they go the MLK route. And they said that is out of your control as a mentor. And so this is why I do think it's important intergenerationally to hold people accountable, because like I think somebody talked about, I think it was you, about the BLM. Quite frankly, black males, in America, we do have a burden of performance that we need to step up to mentor the next generation. We do see it. Everybody sees it. It's embarrassing. And I do think, they don't, quite frankly, nobody wants to have that conversation about what that looks like, because like you talked about this fetishization of individualism, right? It's like, oh, that's not my kid. Oh, that's not my family. And it's like, who cares? Isn't that your your brother in arms? Isn't that your, what you would call, your brother in a nation or even country? Like when we talk about other countries, right, they look at each other, the Poles, right, they look at each other as family. Or if you go to African nations and you go to, say, an Ethiopia, right, they look at you with a sense of warmth. Like I've had numerous friends that were Eritrean, that were Ethiopian. They tell me these things in real time about how people view helping, assisting, holding each other accountable in this idea of nation building and state building as a whole. And I think that's where the U.S. falls short when it talks about mending the fence internally. And so that's the reason why, for me, I don't really buy into the idea of individualism, even though I do live in an individualistic country.
Well, I would argue that we're strongly moving away from individualism in the United States, and we are moving towards collectivism, and there's been a lot of negative consequences. I believe the United States has become far more collectivist over the last 2 decades, and I believe that society has degenerated because of it.
I think that you're using a different definition of collectivism, JS and Lorenzo. I think that what Lorenzo is saying actually sounds more like the way that you are collectivist with your family, and then expanding that to your tribe, and then expanding that to your ethnicity and your nation, right?
Our communities, I agree totally. I was going to touch on that, but I was just giving a quick soundbite. I believe it's like concentric circles. You start with the individual, then the family, then the clan, the tribe, but I also believe that human beings have not evolved to a level where the United States is roughly 350 million people in it. depending on depending on how you want to count the illegals, right? Are they all in, just because they're an American, like the whole idea of like what is an American is the magic dirt theory, right? So if you're born on this side of the border, you're an American. If you're born on the other side of the border, you're a Mexican or Canadian. So it's kind of silly. Like, what is an American? It's like just where it's an accident of birth. So how are these people my brother? Like I certainly don't see them as that. And nor do I believe that humankind does. Like some of the countries that Lorenzo gave examples of, that isn't entirely true. And I think you might have a little bit of an idealistic view of those countries.
I just want to finish my point that I was making, which is that I think that the way that American liberalism has been pursuing the concept of collectivism lately is not in the sense of concentric circles, but of simply one big concentric circle, which is this state. And so you are just a dot. Yeah, so you're just a dot disconnected from all the other dots, but you're all within one big circle. So it's almost like if you gave like an engineer the concept of concentric circles and you just said, okay, just go ahead and make it as simple as possible. That's what it is. That's collectivism as the liberal mindset sees it. The problem, the challenge rather, not the problem with collectivism in the more nuanced form of concentric circles, is that it does lead to having to have difficult conversations about race, right, and ethnicity, which people don't actually want to have, right? They want to believe in the magic dirt theory. And it's so the thing is, we need a synthesis of both the ideas of, oh, white people are terrible and have done so much evil shit, and also white people have done a lot of amazing stuff, and America is a white, was formed from that ethnic group in the beginning, right? These are not things that people are able to constructively have a conversation about, so it becomes too simplified. That's the way I see it.
I 1000% agree with both JS and Archimedes. The reason why I posed it like that, I know you talked about the nuance of it, and I love that you did, and you pushed back on that. Only did that due to, number one, assumption of the circle I'm talking to is very intelligent. Number two is I did it in the sense of just keeping brevity to the situation, because I said this is very long form. If you were to actually have a truly nuanced conversation that goes well beyond this podcast.
All right, fair enough. Maybe we should move on. Lorenzo, I just want to make sure you're in the Telegram channel.
Yeah, I am.
Excellent. So we can pick it up there. I think we should get back to, I think Vaughn wanted to speak, and we want to get back to Russia, I think.
Exactly.
Russia? Something's happening in Russia?
If you're all done with that, I didn't really have anything to add to it. I had a thought, but it's not really a big deal.
I think we should answer the questions in the chat. Yeah. We haven't done that in a while.
Go for it. Yeah, read them out. Go for it. Red.
Let's see, guys. Please leave your questions. We are looking for questions. Let's see what question we could get. Someone said that is it a good idea to move to Russia?
This is actually a good question. Drunk Bear saying that, Red, are you for legalizing nuclear bombs? And I actually want to bring up that point because, the concept of mad is something that people have been discussing here, that, nobody's going to go to war with Russia or America because they have nuclear bombs. Well, this is the concept that that hybrid war has completely popped, right? The whole idea of hybrid war is that there no longer is a clear gap between, this is war, this is an existential threat, and now we're going to have nukes, and this is peacetime, and we're just going to have normal politics. Hybrid war opens up that gray space in between, right? So let me just give some examples of what I mean by this. One thing could be electronic warfare, right? Hacking. Another thing could be subversion through culture, as we love to talk about. Another thing could be, for example, salam. Yeah, it's sanctions. Yes, exactly. And then another one could be salami slicing, right? Look at India and China. Look at the border there. China's strategy has been, they move forward about a half a foot a day. They just grab 6 inches here, 6 inches there. They're never at war, but they are gaining ground in the area that they claim, and they're moving the line of actual control. It does happen, and India is now revving up and pushing back against that. Same thing in the South China Sea, building these artificial islands, right? So the point is that doesn't just because Russia has nuclear bombs is not the guarantee of security. right? That is the guarantee of nuclear security against total destruction. It's the guarantee that, you know, if the U.S. goes and starts sending carpet bombing Moscow, that won't happen because of nukes. But it doesn't protect you from hybrid war, and that is the future of a lot of wars. I mean, look at this war, right? It was a hybrid war from 2014 to 2022. To some degree, it still is a hybrid war because we're not, you know, NATO is not in Ukraine. It is simply funneling weapons into Ukraine. Is this not a hybrid war? There's no nuclear threat, you know, there's no nuclear bombs flying, as far as I know.
And don't forget what Alan was saying earlier about the internal risk, because you could have a color revolution. And I think a lot of countries in the world actually is their main fear, the color revolution. And what I'm waiting is for a country from the east to try to do the same thing in the western country. Sooner or later, they're going to try.
Are you talking about like interfering in the internal affairs? Because I didn't like quite get it. What you're saying. Shadow, are you there?
Yeah, color revolutions are particularly dangerous because they usually grip on actual social issues that are occurring in the countries. So there's usually a dissatisfied population that can be incited through whatever random event, and then suddenly you get extremists that take over the situation, which obviously can overpower the dissatisfied population that sort of legitimizes the movement. And so every country has issues, and it's not that difficult to push a little bit over the edge those issues and get this huge uprising that then gets rapidly co-opted by whatever interests are actually behind that destabilization maneuver.
I think the U.S. uses the just as a broad blanket the global homo agenda as a way to gain access into countries. They create these multiple agendas, then they go to these countries and convince a group of people that they're part of this oppressed group, and then that's their foot in the door to come in and take whatever they want to take or do whatever they want to do. I mean, it's very disingenuous. I mean, they actually, you know, these people actually think the state cares for them, and it's like, no, you're just a convenient wedge issue to get into these countries. Whatever social, economic, or political thing that they can throw under the global homo agenda, they just use it as a shoehorn to get into these countries. They find something. They'll find you're an environmentalist, you're LGBT, you're whatever. They've got something for you. They've got an NGO that can come in and help. And then the next thing you know, there's a problem. I mean, I'm not saying those people don't exist in all the countries, but they're probably encouraged from the outside, you know, because I mean, it's convenient, you know. Well, what are you against people's human rights? I mean, you know, that's what we do. We go around. That's what we always, throw it in our face. Oh, you don't care about the climate. You don't care about penguins. You know, what are you, some kind of monster? And then, you know, next thing you know, okay, you try to go along with it, but maybe you can't really afford to do the full green thing. And the next thing you know, you're not going fast enough for Lindsey Graham, and you got to have Victoria Nuland call up and pick your replacement. You know,
exactly. Can I add something?
I mean, I think it's more about them getting paid. The whole thing is just them to get into countries to figure out what they can fucking steal.
Yeah, can I add something about that? What I've seen about like a lot of sort of revolutionary ideals that circulate in at least in this area of the world, they're usually really mixed up. And I have a pretty sort of liberal background, perhaps, and I'm really like supportive of most diversity ideals and whatever. But I've had like this really intense since the Donald Trump versus Hillary situation, things really got insane. And
Yes,
I've
I
been
agree.
like since then really fighting to like discriminate between what is like actual legitimate concerns and popular demands, you know, for like whatever justice, equality, better distribution of wealth, etc. And what is like this completely insane sort of belligerent attitude towards whatever isn't this inside this sort of global revolutionary attitude. And it's really hard to discriminate between the things because in people's minds, like there's so much like people that have like this revolutionary tendencies or dissident tendencies, they really just mash everything up inside their head, and whatever sort of tends to one side they support it, and whatever tends to the other side they reject it. And so it's really easy to like grab legitimate concerns and sort of push them through whatever interpretation that fits like the global homo, as you say, agenda.
Well, like look, like here in the States, like with our FBI, what they like to do is they find somebody who's maybe a little upset or depressed, and then they egg them on and coach them and groom them into a terrorist. It's basically the same thing on a global scale. I mean, they find somebody in that country who's got a grievance. They make up some agenda, a way for them to fit into this alphabet of problems, and then that's their wedge to get into your country every single time. I mean,
Yeah, totally.
Whatever it is, it doesn't matter. It could be the most mundane thing or the most disgusting thing. As long as it gets them in the door, they don't care. I mean, like you said, you have all kinds of issues in your country. No matter, they'll find that one guy to exploit to start the little thing. I mean, you know, look at what they do in Thailand and Taiwan and everywhere else. They find the few idiots that think fighting China is a good idea or doing this or that smart, and they pump them up and prop them up. And the next thing you know, you got, you know, Christian Amanpour. Oh, you know, these people have been fighting forever for their rights and blah, 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 you know, and the whole drumbeat starts again.
Well, that's really interesting about like going back to the origins of this whole live stream, because like how the West immediately caught on to Prigozhin's fit, and they immediately transformed Wagner into a fighter for freedom, like immediately. It was like terrorists yesterday, today they're fighters for freedom, and now they're terrorists again. It's like, so I think there's a really interesting, I really don't know what's going on, and I think time will tell, but one interesting thing to me is like this idea that the West has failed utterly in all their attempts to, like, they just bounced off Russia in their attempts of color revolution and like their support for Ukraine, and like it's really weird for me looking at it because I usually tend to see the geopolitical sphere as a competent sphere, but like seeing what's happened with Russia, like from back here, but thanks to like the wonderful open media that has created alternative media that's created by Wyatt and History Legends and a bunch of other interesting guys that post stuff online, and to actually start grasping the notion that like they're really stupid. Like they really don't know what they're doing. They have this technique and it works, and they throw it at things, and suddenly it's not working, and they're freaking out. They're going nuts. And so I think maybe it's possible that, like, I don't think Ukraine would fall for a Psyop like this. And looking at Ukrainian Telegram channels, I could see that they were all super skeptical. Like they were super skeptical about this whole ordeal. But then seeing the Western media and thinking that, like, maybe it's not for Ukraine to do something stupid, but to make like the Western sponsors like dribble in glee and utter joy at the possibility of the miracle finally happening of what they hoped for all along, and do something really stupid, like accelerate their plans and not wait for them to get to fruition. Whatever, something might happen in the future, and that's gonna show what actually is going on. But I think that this might have played into their like sort of strategical mindset, maybe.
Yeah, I want to say something about that. So regarding that, so what I believe it was more like a Psyop or a whole plan thing, because in my head there's no way like the Belarusian president gets involved in less than 10 hours in, and then negotiates and does all the things that happened with Wagner, and then all happens without casualties that are confirmed. That the event could be planned not for Ukraine in general, because Ukraine, maybe they won't believe it, but they won't change their plans on the same day, on just one day. You want to be more like a couple of weeks for it in order to pay off. The problem is the Western intelligence agencies that have the satellites and stuff, if they perceive this as Wagner just rebelling and going to Moscow and moving with a lot of troops, they will slack off with their intelligence. They will not look out for all the troop movement that Wagner does. They will not tell or like look into, okay, they're going this way, so they're maybe going into this road. We need to inform the Ukrainians so they can pull in troops to avoid a breakout. And that's how wars are fought now. You have the satellites in place. They look into it. The analysts will maybe pick or just analyze something, and they say, okay, they'll head in this way. So what happened is the West believed, okay, Wagner is betraying Putin, or they're doing a fucking a coup or whatever. So we won't track them as much, or we will track their movement to Moscow. But they forget Wagner left men here and there that could be moving anywhere, and that are smaller groups that can be redeployed, smaller groups of 100, 200, 300 men that can be redeployed anywhere in the border, and they will know about it. So any new forces that will come up in the next 2 to 4 weeks would be hard to account for the Ukrainians, because they miss those troop movements, and whenever they redetect them along the whole border from the Russians, it will be too late. Because if you want to prepare for an offensive of, I'd say, 2 to 3 to 4,000 men, you would need to send reinforcements to the place, reinforce the positions, have secondary positions, prepare the artillery. Yes, they have some artillery prepared and stuff, but they are not prepared actively for an attack. If you don't know an attack is coming, it's harder to defend from it. So if they're going for the Psyop, it was more for
so like a shell game, basically. Everyone watched Rostov and the Wagners, and they moved something somewhere.
Yeah. Now the Chechens, they moved to Rostov, probably a big force, but it was justified. So maybe they didn't expect it to end so quickly, and now they have to account for the Chechens being actually now in Rostov, and Wagner. They don't know where it's going next. I don't believe they will go in Russia. Like, you don't tell where you're gonna go.
They suddenly have an excuse for massive redeployment that no one accounted for, and that still no one knows where it's going.
Yeah, if you go for the Psyop route, which I do believe it's most likely, it's massive redeployment, and it's very hard to keep track of it because they used multiple routes to go to Moscow. Multiple towns were passed through, and they could just split a couple of companies here and there, and surprise, surprise, you have 5,000 troops near one position in the border, ready for a breakthrough.
But even like my previous question I asked to you, how long can they fight? They don't have any ammunition stock with them. They just have the base ammunition they have with them in their trucks. When they have nothing anymore. So just the whole idea of what happens today is just only for that ammunition. Big problem.
Mehdi.
But first we need to Mehdi, and then random guy need to do his introduction about himself. First Mehdi.
I'll just say quickly, For ammunition and stuff, ammunition you can have a lot of ammunition in your trucks for a couple of weeks of fighting. The problem is if they get blown off. But yeah, normally if you get the APCs and stuff, you can carry like 10,000 rounds for your infantry platoon, and that's just in one normal thing. And if you carry ammunition trucks or bigger trucks, you have a lot more of ammo. The problem is more fuel. But if they have it planned, like for a Psyop or for a massive redeployment, then it's a whole different thing, because now they're not against the Russian army. They can just refuel in whatever empty pumps they found along the way, and then can trace the routes with drivers and do all the planning that's needed to such a massive movement of troops pretty easily. And then you just do it because you have the infrastructure of the Russian army behind you. And
yeah, but like the story told, they decided like, yeah, we're going to Russia.
Yeah, it's very hard to believe they just decided one day from the other. Like, many people must have known, the drivers must have known the routes, their stops, because you don't just decide to go up with even 1,000 men to go up from 100 kilometers plus. You need to plan the route, where you're going, who will be on head, how many units, where you will do the stops and such. So it's not just as, hey guys, pack up, we're leaving. It's not that simple.
If they want
Hey,
to
can I-
Manny, go ahead.
they need a lot of.
Okay, let me ask you guys this. Do you guys have any idea what kind of internal security there is within military forces from base to base? Do you know what the first thing would have done? Would have been every base would have locked down to account for all their people. Do we even know what units were in revolt? Has it been said? I've asked this from the very beginning. Do we know what units are? Because they're not going to detect a mutiny and then let it parade itself from wherever it is to wherever it went and allow it to gain people. They're going to lock down every freaking base and account for every person, because they're going to want to know if this is one of their units that are actively involved, or is it some fuckery that came across from the Ukrainian side that kicked it off. We have to remember there was a Russian military helicopter that was shot down. Do you think the idiot who shot that down is going to go and present himself, before trial and say, yeah, we were in the middle of mutiny. I was kind of, getting a little edgy. I had the weapon. I shot it down. Sorry, guys. Hey, pay me, by the way, for what I did in Bakhmut. And then let me go.
Fake news, the helicopter. They're saying it's fake news.
Okay, if it's fake news, fine enough.
Actually, I think they did shoot down a helicopter.
But your thinking is correct. First random guy, please, because he's waiting.
Let me finish my points here.
Yeah.
Okay. So now, let's leave the helicopter out of it. Let's go back to internal security. Vaughn, what would be the first thing that's done usually when there's a shooting on any base and they don't really know what it's causing it? They lock down all the fucking bases.
Yeah, I mean, it gets locked down so that it's on or off.
Right. And the reason being is to contain people where they are so they can be identified and make sure they're in place where they're supposed to be. That is the first thing Russian MOD did. I'm telling you right now, they locked down every base. Where are the people?
Mustered all their companies and platoons to take a head count.
Exactly. So,
I mean,
and that's
at least in Rostov they would have, because that's the immediate area. Maybe not up somewhere else, but at least in the immediate area, everybody would have been counting heads, probably locked them down.
Right.
And even then, if they did that, you still didn't see any real tension, other than the posed up pictures of them stacking up on a building in a BTR.
And that just makes it all the more weirder. Now, this convoy, I've seen one tank on a low boy. Now, let me ask you this. After we've seen a tank loaded with TNT or whatever explosives it was, drove up to Ukrainian lines and blown, do you think they're going to let a tank just drive itself into Moscow after they see, as something that could be just loaded with explosions? Or just for the fact it's a tank itself that is loaded with, armament? you know, none of it makes sense. It's like a parade for people to see. It just doesn't make sense because the Russian military isn't stupid. You know, it isn't like they don't know how to have protocol in place to deal with things like this. All militaries do. It's the very first thing they would do. If any mutiny is locked down, every company find out what unit is in mutiny. I ask again, have we been told what units are in mutiny?
Just Wagner. But it's all over now anyway. They all
Right.
got a deal supposedly and turned around. So
yeah,
I mean, that's the thing.
They went to the
Guys,
after
it was
party.
guys that looked like Wagner with duct tape on their arms, you know, and everybody stood around, and then they all had a party in the street and left.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, random guy from chat.
Hello everyone. I have been open mic before. It's been quite some time. Mehdi has made some very nice points, and I'm glad that Von is here as well. Also, I'm a Russian. I live in Eastern European. I won't tell you much about myself because nowadays, if you live in Eastern European countries, there has been some incidents with not my friends, but I have heard something, you know, because of the war, it's not really safe for us here. So I would like to keep it anonymous. My name, I'm just a random guy. I have lived actually for quite some time in Russia, and near Rostov region. It's about maybe 1 or 1.5 miles, or no, 1.5 hours from my previous place of living. And yes, the situation today was quite radical. Nobody was surely expecting this turn of events, even though Wagner have fired some just vocabulary shots at the government. I think that today was a heartbreaking moment. I would like to tell you about that there were some casualties, at least from the Rybar, not some helicopters from now. It's the source is Rybar or Ribari, which is fisher in Russian, which Wyatt uses really often in his videos as a source. He tells us here that there has been some helicopters shot down, but it's not have been confirmed yet. And in other public Telegram pro-Russian sources, there might be some maybe 10 men lost their lives. But I think that for Russia today, it was the best outcome we could have gotten. We have no coup d'etat during the war, which is pretty nice. No civil war, perfect. And we have resignation of the Minister of Defense of Russia, who, I don't know if you knew it, but have never served in military. A Minister of Defense who has never been to military is commanding the front lines of millions of people.
Has that been confirmed? Because I had read that.
Yes,
as part of the agreement,
he has never in his life been in the military, and he's now just
the resignation has the
resignation. I mean,
is that confirmed?
The resignation for now, as from the Ryber source or from other medias, it's still invalid, and I think that Wagner wouldn't otherwise withdraw from capital. It was his first and foremost task to get out those fatties who got in with perestroika, who got in because they have connections And now they are sitting there and thinking, but we had our connections. Okay, we are fine. Nobody's fine. There are people whose lives is in line, Russian people, and Wagner, I don't know, but he did a very risky thing. As a Russian myself, if a civil war would have to spark out, it would be a disaster for Russia. But the outcome, because, politics should listen to its people, should listen to the situation. And as far as I know, the situation has been stable on the front since, I cannot remember since then. And let's not be really optimistic because, I may be pro-Russian or something like that, but I want results. And if Wagner forces take Bakhmut city, or a town, it's not a really city, it's Wagner forces. Where is the results of the Russian military, which should be one of the most mightiest? Or it is said, at least, Russians serve at least 2 years of their lives in the military. It's supposed to have good results. And you have a private company taking a town in I don't know, was it 5 months? I can't recall. What are the results of these military operations? What has the Russian military really done something competent throughout this time? It has defended itself, surely. I cannot argue with that. I can also say that maybe it spared a lot of people's lives not attacking, but I cannot overlook, even if it's propaganda, what the Wagner forces who have fought on the battleground are saying. And they are saying that, look, the higher-ups are fucking this up. You should do something about it. We should look into it. Because, the Ukrainians have the best equipment and etc. But, it's been about, I don't know, 1.5 years. I expect something more from the Russian army. And I don't want this to be a monologue. So I would just, if anyone has to say something about it.
Yeah, I would like to say that the Bakhmut was not taken by only Wagner. Like the Russian army played a huge role in helping Wagner take it, like logistics and like watching the flanks. Like with the VDV especially, they have played a huge role. Even like Prigozhin admitted it. So I think like it was a joint job. Like Wagner couldn't have captured Bakhmut alone. Same with the Russian army. They both worked together like to capture the city. And I think like the Russian army currently is doing a pretty great job in defending from the counteroffensive that is taking place in Zaporizhia, because as you can see, like the Ukrainians have had some successes, but they have not been able to reach the first like defense line yet, and have suffered a lot of casualties. So I would say that this defense is they have set up for months is like really good. So I would say this is a really good achievement for the Russian military, like their defense in Zaporizhia.
Random guy, Ura from South America, and sorry for what you've gone through. I'd like to say that I'm not sure about how the military operation is in Russia, but what I've heard, at least the initial part of the operation was pretty much successful. They captured practically the whole of Donbass with minimum forces, very outnumbered, and they captured most of it pretty rapidly. And then there was the counterattack, and then it sort of froze to a standstill, and then we had the Battle of Bakhmut, of Artemovsk. And so I don't know. Maybe they're right. Maybe Shoigu is pretty useless, but it's not uncommon to have Minister of Defense that isn't a military person, because the job isn't to direct the military, but to make sure that the function of the nation serves the military purpose. So maybe he is incompetent, maybe he's not, because like Russian performance in the war hasn't been awful at all. There's been blunders, but it's actually been a pretty well done military operation in my view. Like for the amount of troops they had against the force they were facing and all the support that force had, I think they've done a fairly decent job. But I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the Minister of Defense is useless and it's better to oust them. But if I don't know, like the Russian politicians in general, they're admirable to me because like I see what politicians are like in the rest of the world, and I hear the Russian the ministers and the president, and they speak so articulately and so clearly and even profoundly, and that's super uncommon in political discourse. It's absolutely uncommon. I don't know how the world has gotten to this, but they seem capable people, the Russian politicians. So at least under Putin. So that's my thought on the subject. What do you think?
Does anyone? No, yes.
No, I just want to like talk about that. That people say that the Russian military, like the mighty Russian military, has like what failed in Ukraine and stuff. The most of the people think that the Russian invasion of Ukraine would have been like what Operation Desert Storm, like it would like end very quickly and stuff. But people have to understand that this case is completely different. Like the Ukrainian army is a very professional army, and it has been like what trained by NATO for 8 years, and like and basically like since 2014 Ukraine has improved their army a lot. So it's good. And before the invasion it was basically the second biggest army in Europe. So I would say that this war, I think this war wouldn't, like Russia knew this war wouldn't be easy. This war would have like taken a long time to play out, because Ukraine had a really good army like just before the war started in February 2022. That's what I wanted to say.
Yeah, I can agree in some points. Between 2014 and 2022, Ukraine made bigger army, because 2014 they had not so much compared to what they have in 22. But I can agree also that Russia is too brave fighting. So maybe changing in the Ministry of Defense gonna be better, because I am expecting a more aggressive Russia. But you also need to consider that Russia have other potential enemies waiting behind Ukraine. So they're just using enough to keep in place and to defend themselves against Russia. They don't need to move because Ukraine is coming to them. Okay, in the beginning they made a lot of mistakes, but they learned from it. If you're watching some videos with missionaries that went to mission fighting with the Ukrainians, they all say unanimously the artillery of the Russians working perfectly, best artillery.
Yeah,
So
there
Russia is playing a very strange war. For me, it need to be more aggressive, but I can maybe understand them also. So they keeping already their best weapons for things that can maybe happen in the future. We don't know. Just take a scenario World War III. They have their best weapons to counter that type of war, like Zircon hypersonic missiles. They have them in service. They don't using them. They're using the other ones launched by the MiG-31s, but not one of the naval fleet, because naval fleet also can strike on land. It's multi-purpose missiles. They're going to using that if they're going to war with, like, United States, destroy the carrier fleets. Because why? United States have nothing to defend against that. So that's the best weapon next to nuclear to make big damage and the fleet of the United States. Zarkon gonna destroy the fleet completely. So they're using certain tactics and certain ways. Yes, it is exactly what you're saying. They're not making a war like we're expecting, but they not really need to do. If you're just looking the last weeks, what's happening, all the new tanks of the NATO, you can say they're proper trained, but they are not. Ukraine is not at all proper trained. They're amateuristic, highest level that we saw. In the beginning of the war, the Ukraine were very good. I agree completely with that. But now it's a big mess up, a very big mess up. I'm gonna let Mehdi talk because Mehdi gonna have much better points than me.
Well, no, I'm not. I think you explain everything just well. You're right, though, but every iteration that happens that there's a call up means that you're calling up to replace lost men, which means that you're deteriorating as a military. And each time that you make a call up is less and less information, survivability information that gets passed on from the front down to the new recruits. They get rushed through, put into a tank, sent there in 5 weeks training. They barely know how to run the thing. How many instances have we already seen they back up on each other? That's basically a driver just getting so fucking panicked. But I can't say that because you never know what the commander was screaming at them. And you never know what the commander's getting screamed into his ear. So people, when you see shit that happens on the field, don't always assess it for what everybody says it is. Take a little time and think about what you're looking at first without any bias and think about what it looks like. Anyway, the one thing that I've noticed, and this is something that they did back in, that the Russian military does, is consecutive operations. And what it is that they start an operation, they fulfill the distance that their logistics can handle without going beyond it, pause, re-equip, rearm, rotate in, get the units they need for whatever type of warfare they are expected to go through in this next operation. They go with that operation. They go through its logistics channel to where the phase line is that they decided they would stop. So if you really thought about it, there's several times this has happened. And if we think about Bakhmut, what was going on in Bakhmut as Bakhmut's being taken, the Russians were pushing the lines a little bit to make sure it stayed even. So Bakhmut wasn't like this thing that was sticking on the way out, and nor was it something that was still buried between Russian lines. It's now even with the regular lines. Another pause happens. Russia's re-equipping. They are now through 9 years. They have breached 9 years of layered defenses now. And you know, we see that the Ukrainians can't even penetrate into their lines. So now that the Ukrainian, this is just, and all this is my opinion, now that the Ukrainians have spent a lot of their reserves, there's nothing back there anymore. So what do they really have left? The only thing they can do is try to create some type of fuckery behind Russian lines to try to prevent them from going through with the operations that they have planned that are coming up. That's the only thing I can think of. And Prigozhin somehow is caught up in it. It doesn't matter. He was never going to get to where he said he was going. So I've always kind of discounted that. It's just something that is, in the long run, will be a footnote of what really happened, I think, going on. But I think right now, because somebody had asked in the chat, is that yes, Russia now is building up. We've seen them work in MTG, mobile tactical groups. Well, there is no reason why they cannot form back into mobile battle groups, because mobile tactical groups are subunits of larger mobile battle groups when they're formed in that way. So who knows, you know, what's coming? But like the author had said, it's like they and then they suck in a big breath of air, push it forward, get as far as it can go, stop, reinforce, build defensive lines, take your breath again, get your men up ready to play on the defensive lines, blow through again. That's what you're kind of seeing, I think. And we're in that pause right now, and something bigger is coming.
Felipe, your turn.
Okay, I'll give. Your mic is muted.
You're muted.
Yep, wrong button. Cheers. So I had a couple of things to say. So first of all, you all were wondering why is Russia not going in full hand with the full army because they would win very quickly. Yes, that's true. We saw what could happen in 2014 when they went in hard. They got their lands in a couple of, I'd say a couple of months, if I remember correctly. Some even less than a year. They had the Crimea secured, and in some months, and yeah, that was very easy. Now NATO trained the Ukraine forces, and Russia's been preparing for the conflict with Ukraine since around 2010, 2014, when Maidan started, the revolution, the Ukrainian coup started, and now Russians are prepared to go in. What happened is they went in hard. They managed to capture the objectives. They made some mistakes, blah, blah, blah. Now we're here today. And why they have not mobilized a huge force to counter the Ukrainians is they don't need to. They don't want to destroy Ukraine or like destroy the Ukrainian army in one coup. They want to empty the NATO supply, because how many Western tanks have been given to Ukraine now? They emptied their Soviet stocks. Now they're up to their more modern battle stocks. They're giving Abrams, they're giving Leopards. They still get destroyed, but they're still giving guns. How many NLAWs were given, or how many NLAWs or Stingers or whatever were given to Ukraine the first few months? A ton. Now where are them? They're pretty much lost. They were lost in Mariupol, in Bakhmut. They were, much of them were captured. How many now Ukrainians that had a lot of combat experience? Almost all of them are dead, because they were they were sent to the front to hold the line, or they were cut off in Mariupol. They were cut off in major offensive that cut off most of the elite forces of Ukraine, and now they're dead. Right? So now Ukraine redid the army with help of NATO, with help of US supplies, and all the trucks, new weapons, equipment, it comes from NATO. What Russia wants is to destabilize NATO long enough so that NATO doesn't have the capability to supply more tanks, more vehicles, and it takes time. They won't go in, and they won't end the war in 1 year. Their plan, they see the war, if they want to have the Donbas Oblast and all the oblasts that they want from Ukraine, it will be 3 to 4 years, right? Because they want to systematically destroy all NATO stock of weapons. And they've been doing a great job about it, because now many countries, they're starting to give their own military supplies.
Yeah, and if you think about it too, with the United States and the political upheaval and indecision and pro-war and anti-war and all the factory shutdown stuff, Russia arguably has like at least 2 years before the West would start producing anything to counter that or compete with Russia, and Europe would probably be just as long, if not longer. So, you know, if they're looking at 2 or 3 years, I mean, they've got a good amount of time to where they accomplish their goal of depleting, you know, NATO and the U.S., and they could do a pretty extensive job if they continued on for the next, you know, year or two, just because as long as Biden's in, despite all the talk and the rhetoric, you know, they're not going to start pumping out tanks or anything like that anytime soon, because it's too much dumbass political shit to, you know, figure out what you need to do. Like, you know, they talk all this crap about, oh, we're going to start making 50,000 shells a year. You know, yeah, eventually they will. But like I said, it kind of, you know, if that's Russia's game plan, again, it's another factor that works in their favor, because, you know, the U.S. military industrial complex isn't going to be able to ramp up to compete against them or supply Ukraine in the next 2 years, realistically. I mean, yeah, something could happen. Biden could suddenly grow a brain and, you know, they could nationalize everything and but none of that's going to happen. So, you know, you figure they got at least 2 years to wrap up Ukraine however they want. And then the whole time they're depleting NATO, because NATO's not going to be building anything more than what they're building now. And they're either going to stop supplying Ukraine and start building up their own supplies, or they're going to probably basically just be pumping out enough to keep supplying Ukraine and not really keep anything back for themselves.
You know, Vaughn.
Hold on. Maybe Red's been waiting to go for a while.
Okay, yeah, after him.
No, I wanted to like talk about something else. Like now we are like talking about these. I want to bring up the topic that can the Ukrainians like do anything in this counteroffensive? Like, can they like actually achieve their goals? Because a lot of people like bring up the example of Kharkiv or Kherson, but I think they're completely different because in this time in Zaporizhia, like the Russian army has been building defensive lines for like what months now, like almost half a year now, but in Kharkiv that was clearly not the case. Like it was poorly defended, and they withdrew like after like a few days. When Ukraine started the counteroffensive, but here it's completely different. So, and with Kherson, like we saw in Kherson we saw something similar to what is happening in Zaporizhia. Ukraine constantly attacked like the Russians in Kherson, right? We saw it in last year, like during summer, like they constantly attacked, but they couldn't like achieve their goals. At last, they managed to capture some territory, but at last, Surovikin decided to like completely withdraw because I think it was because of the dam blowing. So the threat of Ukrainians blowing up the dam and like flooding the river, which will trap the Russians on the right side of the bank. So that was a threat. So I think so that's why Surovikin pulled out, but. You will see that you will see the similarity between Kherson and Zaporizhia. That is, the Ukrainian army tried to like attack the Russian defensive lines in Kherson that were also built up for a long time, and they attacked those defensive lines, and they constantly like failed. They couldn't like achieve their goals. At last, they managed to do it because Surovikin decided to completely withdraw from there. But here, I don't see any problems with Zaporizhia because there's a really good logistical network, and plus the Russian army has been building defensive lines for more than half a year now. So I think you cannot use the example of Kherson or Kharkiv here to determine if Ukraine will succeed here or not. I think there's a very low chance of Ukraine succeeding here. What do you guys think?
Well, I was wondering, Red, do you think they're still going to keep hitting it over and over again, like despite the fact that like it's kind of just like water on rock?
Yeah, they did. They kind of did the same thing in Kherson.
No, but actually, the answer is very easy. Is Ukraine going to win the war? Never. It's so easy. Because Russia has too much to attack, has too much to defend. They have everything. Ukraine is independent on the NATO, and it's not only the weaponry you lose, it's your manpower. And I have a very good one about that we noticed this week. How fast Ukrainians are panicking with their tanks. They are panicking too fast. So if you're busy with attacking something and you are being attacked by artillery, they are panicking too fast. So it's like the idea that they are not so well trained enough, or there is a lack in training, that they directly say, "Oh fuck, I'm fucked, let's go off," and they driving over their own trucks. There's a real problem for the moment, and it's not the first case we saw already. The last weeks is became very funny, and that also. They have a misorganization that is gigantic. So you can see they have a very big problem with training. But just Russia now is very well prepared, and they are too big. They are just too big against Ukraine. The only way Ukraine can win this war is to start a third world war. That's meaning that the NATO come inside of Ukraine to help the Ukrainians, because you're losing also manpower, and that is very difficult to replace that. You just can't replace manpower.
Yeah, if you want to talk about like which side of you should see that Russia has a very big military industrial complex, and it is growing day by day. But on the other hand, Ukraine's military-industrial complex is completely non-existent. It doesn't exist.
Yeah, exactly.
It is mostly dependent on Western weapons packages. Now, once the Western money stops flowing in, they're completely done because they don't have any ways to produce weapons. All their factories,
It's just a moment of
weapons are
time.
all destroyed.
Yeah,
Like
maybe
the
first.
Kharkiv tank plant, which was the biggest tank plant in Ukraine, it's completely destroyed. They cannot
Everything
produce
is gone.
tanks.
Everything is gone.
Yeah,
Mehdi?
exactly. That's
Well,
that's what I like. when
the
I say
Russians
it's
all
not like
the Russians always had 3 Takeograds to whatever the Ukraine had, and God knows how many more they have. And that's the point I want to bring up. Rod brought it up. Where is NATO right now? If this is the existential threat to the whole world right now, where is NATO and its commitment to building up forces, getting ready to fight this if they know it's coming, so they say? Has anybody been called up? Are there draft orders going out? Where is the commitment in the communities? Where are all the commitments to these plants that we'll have to build to be on par with production, military production? It doesn't exist. It's not happening. That tells you they can't go through with it other than to use a nuke, to be honest with you, because there's no other card they have to play. They will never have enough equipment in the Ukraine to combat Russian combat forces, period. They can never get it from overseas. It'll get sunk on its way over. It's an idiotic endeavor to think that NATO is going to come and save Ukraine. It's just not going to happen. And there was one more thing, and I can't remember. Of course, I didn't write it down.
It's like I just said before. If there is a third world war starting, United States going to be involved in that. They're going to send their carrier fleets. Bye-bye carrier fleet in 1 week time.
I'm gonna.
So how do you
have
going
to
to play
leave.
that game? I could say nuke, but nuke is something they don't. I don't going to see it happening. If you're a military power that have nukes, another country that doesn't have nukes never going to attack a military power with nukes. But nukes and nukes are another story. That's another story.
Excuse me.
That's dangerous.
I'm
Because you
gonna
don't
have to
know.
leave, but I just wanted to make 2 points before I leave. So food for thought. One is that if this was Maskirovka, then for it to be effective, it would really need to be super serious. I mean, Putin should need to make statements, and every aspect of the Russian institutionality should be super serious about it. If not, it wouldn't be credible and it would be totally useless. And the other point I wanted to make was that is it just a coincidence that NATO wants to make this huge military exercise, like right at the same time that Ukraine is doing their super counteroffensive? Like, can that be a coincidence? I don't know. Just that.
Yeah, to turn up the attention, but I don't think it worked. I think what happened yesterday worked better to let Wagner go to Moscow. Everybody was watching to Moscow, direction of Rostock or Moscow, and the Russians are maybe planning to move something. No, today I don't see any activity.
That's kind of my point. That maybe they're like trying to accelerate the plans, like trying to give them the seize of the opportunity. Like, yeah, this is it. And also all this discussion about the nuclear power plant. I think this also might be a way of like avoiding that distraction, like making another distraction, so that distraction isn't necessary. But it all resolved too quick for me, so I'm not sure. Thanks, Wyatt, for this wonderful space, and hope to be here the next time.
Yeah, thanks for joining.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Also, I have
All
to
right.
leave as well.
All of you are wonderful. Thank you for your time and wonderful points of view.
I just wanted to point out the gentleman that we're talking about the tanks is one thing is that inside a turret, when I have never been in combat, but even in training, when you're going down the firing line, there is so much going on in that turret. And if you don't like have the turret blower that works, you got to open the hatches because there's so much cordite and ammonia in there. Your eyes are burning, your throat's burning, you can't breathe. You're trying to issue fire commands. Other people are trying to find it. You're making sure they're doing their jobs right while you're trying to keep track of targets. and making sure the thing's going where it's supposed to be going. So imagine that happening when you've only had 5 weeks of training. You don't have any of the mental memory or muscle memory to perform it correctly. You have to experience it to do it right. You can't just read it in a book and do it. It's just like driving a car. You can read a manual about how to read a book. I mean, drive a car, but go ahead and get in the car and then just take off and decide to drive down the road. Matter of fact, drive down a highway, because that would probably be more similar to like a combat thing, if you know what I mean, in intensity. You'd be thrown into that after just reading a manual. Think about it. They are nowhere getting the training they need.
Like, training is the main thing here. Like, I've seen a lot of former tank drivers speak about the Ukrainians getting training, and they've all said that the Ukrainians need at least a year or two of training to be fully professional to fight the Russians, because you can see the Russians have almost a year of experience using their tanks, but that's not the case with Ukrainians. So even the Russians with a far less advanced tank, such as they use T-62s, an upgraded one. I think they can go against Leopards, because they are trained for more than 1 year or 1 or 2 years, and the Leopard driver, the Ukrainians, have been trained for 1 month. So training is a big issue here.
I want to point out, and I'll use the tanks backing up on the other tanks to do it. When a tank is backing up, it's fully in the control of the tank commander. He is the eyes of the driver. The driver doesn't have X-ray eyes that look all the way out the back of the tank. Okay, so the commander has to be the eyes. That tank should never move without the commander's direction. And if you're working with a new driver, they don't know what hard left actually means in your speak, or what soft, what hold track, go, would it be? Ease back, hold left track. Just trying to get a little angle out of it and not just yank it across the way, because then the whole tank becomes unstable because you don't know which way what the fucker's doing. So you as a driver and a tank commander have to work out that verbal mind sync to be able to control a tank that's moving in reverse. It's the same thing when it's going forward. The tank commander is always to have control of what direction it's going. It's dependent on the tank commander of how much freedom he allows the driver at any time. So if the tank commander has trained the guy, he knows he's good, he doesn't really need to spend time on him, because that driver knows where to go. He knows when you need, hard left, swing it right swing it right 11 degrees from the top, whatever, however a commander does it. We always did it by the clock. Believe me, it's been a long time, but it's still the same thing. There is so much involved in a tank that 5 weeks will never cover it, because that doesn't even include the tank commander has to experience each of these positions so he knows how to manage them. But he doesn't have that time. I'll stop there. I'll just keep going on.
Yeah, exactly. But if one of the two only, the commander or the driver, start to panic and say, "Go backwards, go backwards," there is a problem. You're going to lose your tank.
So that's where you get the tank that roll back onto the MRAP.
Exactly. That's one example. Exactly. And you had also the Caesar truck on the highway. So the Caesar truck is like a high caliber artillery piece mounted on a truck. But there's a 155 millimeters. So they were noticed that they were attacked by cats. They were attacked
by the cat.
Was spotted by a drone. So they ran off and they took the highway. And you could see just at the way how the truck is driving, because myself, I'm driving a crane that weighs dry, so 60 tons. 12 ton per axle.
Comparable, right?
Very, very heavy. So it's even heavier than a truck like that. So that truck will going to weight maybe between 32 and 36 tons, because it has 4 axles, so I can calculate that. But you see how the guy was driving it like a car. That's dangerous. So what happened? The first drone tried to strike him, missed him, but he panicked so hard, so he oversteered so hard, he went in the trees and then another drone came by, I say, boof, during the evacuation of the crew. They giving equipments worth of millions to people that have, like Medisate, maybe 5 weeks of training. They're losing everything almost directly. I already say that about the F-16s. How's that going to be?
Yeah,
But if just looking how
I
it's
was
going
about
to
to
be
bring
with
that
the
up.
tanks is very funny. With the F-16s, it's more different. They're saying now they're going to arrive in 7 months' time. That's going to be a good one. But at F-16, you have a lot of crew. You need to have trained crew. You have your pilots, need to be trained pilots. If they're using already pilots that have experience in MiG-29s of Sukhoi 27s, you're going to have a certain advantage. Why? Because these guys knows how to fly. And I can say for the Ukrainians, they have pretty good pilots. Very good pilots. The new pilots is another problem. You're also working on a new type of aircraft. You can say there is difference in tanks, but an aircraft is much bigger. It's a different type of the Viper. The F-16 is a much more different aircraft. And also, and that is what I just don't even want to take my time to explain how people are experienced or not. It's just if they're going to use these airplanes, you need to keep them somewhere. You need to make them take them off somewhere. The Russians going to do everything like they do already now with the tanks to destroy it so quickly as possible, and they are very good at it for the moment. Don't forget, they have a very good artilleryman. The helicopter pilots of the Russians are very good. You're also using the felons behind the line with the shooting down airplanes with that. They have very good jet fighters also. Sukhoi 25s. I don't even to talk about the felon of the Sukhoi 35. Only the Sukhoi 25 is an anti-tank weapon. So the Ka-52 and the Sukhoi 25 doing formidable work for the moment. So if the moment they're going to track the F-16s, say, you're at this airbase, Russians have a lot of different type of missiles. I don't need even to talk about hypersonic, but they're going to use hypersonic because air defense doesn't work against it, to attack the bases. So in my point of view, if the F-16s don't take off via Poland or via Romania, they don't going to fly for a long time, or don't even going to fly. Because Russia is now tracking everything. They're searching after the F-16s. And there's maybe also a reason why they are not really attacking air bases, to hoping that the F-16 is going to be on these air bases. Russia knows where the air bases are, and they're going to attack them once the F-16s are there. So that is my theory about that type of thing. But there is a very big problem and experience for the moment. And it's never going to be better than that. Never going to change. Because the most experienced people, so I went to an air show in 2019, I think. I saw the Ukrainian Sukhoi 27s, and it was an old guy, pilot, that was their best pilot. He did a solo demo. The guy at the start of the war, so 2022, he was actually in retirement, and he came back in service to help fighting for his country. If you're speaking about one ghost of Kiev that probably existed or that did some good successes, is that person. He died during the war. The whole beginning of the war, he died also. And it was their best experienced pilots. But they have very good pilots, but I just don't see it happening. If you're looking how it's happening with the tanks now and the new artillery pieces, how everything going blown up so fast, how going to be that with the F-16s going to be much more faster. And panicking is also something very important in that.
Can I answer like a question in the chat? Okay. So basically, people in the chat have been asking my age. Okay, so I'll say that I am currently 14 years old. I'll turn 15 in like 2 months.
14,000 years old.
And
So,
also from the chat, I'm just reading from the chat, an F-16 you can also make take off on the roads. So yes, you can do that, but there's a difference between an F-16, the MiG-29, and the Sukhoi 27. They don't have air and tech covers. So a MiG-29 and a Sukhoi 27, or a 30, or a 34, or a 35 can close his air intake and open one in the back to don't suck bad, filthy air. So on the road, if you just say, I'm going to land and on the road, you need first to clean that road for an F-16. But you need to clean it very properly, like you do it on an airstrip. So no dirt, no debris, otherwise you can explode
like
or
an
damage
aircraft
your
carrier,
engine
right?
very easily. Yeah.
Yeah, you need to form a line of people to actually walk through the entire runway.
Exactly,
to
and
clear all the
maintain it very well also. A MiG-29 and Sukhoi 27, you don't need to do that. And also, maybe not a high payloads, but you can also take off from grass strip, from a dirt strip. You don't really need to have tarmac or concrete strip. An F-16, you need to have at least tarmac or concrete strip. Otherwise, you're going to have a major problem. So they just can't choose where to take off and to land. It's a very, very difficult thing. So yes, the F-16, that is also one of the chat, is a formidable plane. Is a very good plane. But you need to have a place to land and take off. And the Russians have formidable planes also. And formidable air defense system.
Oh, Medi is gone. So because Singapore also have F-16s. So but F-16 is a very good fighter. But the main thing is that it's still just a normal fighter jet. It's not like it's not like some super plane. It's not F-22. So once you get detected by S-300s, S-400, you still get shot down. The same. If you get detected by the Sukhoi 57 and then it sends as the Sukhoi 35 at you, fire a long range air-to-air missile where your MRAMs can't even hit the target, can't even track the target, you still get shot down. So no, I don't think the Western aircraft have a long range missile right now. I think the MRAM is still not long enough, right? So I think there is still a disadvantage.
But they're going to carry the storm shadows. So they're really using the F-16s is for carrying the storm shadows. That's going to be the main purpose of that plane. Because storm shadows only can be launched by air, not by ground. So they're going to be using that more.
They're not going to try and turn these pilots into dogfights with Russian pilots. I mean, that's not, they're not going to do that. That would be.
I don't think we have dogfighting in the modern age. I don't think aircraft don't have a chance to actually merge. Missiles are all fired from so long away, and they are trying to avoid surface-to-air missiles. So, yeah, very hard, I think.
You might see dogfighting in like Taiwan with China because those guys pretty much ain't going to be able to land and take off again, so they might have to fight to the end. I'm just saying, I mean, I would imagine if that came to that, China's going to hit all those airfields. So whoever got in the air first, enjoy your one-way ticket.
Dogfighting is a last way to fight as an aircraft pilot. So they've been trained for that still now. And Russia invested a lot in that. So if you're looking at the Sukhoi 27 platform that evolved until the 35 platform and even the 57 platform, plus they have thrust vectoring. So Sukhoi 30, Sukhoi 35, and the Sukhoi 57 have thrust vectoring. These planes are designed to still do dogfight or special maneuvers against air defense. The problem with the Ukrainians, we normally never going to see some dogfighting or attacking plane to plane, is just because Russia has a lot of air defense and still a lot of air defense. And in theory, they're never going to use an airplane to attack F-16. They're just going to use their missiles. And that's something that Russia always did since they started to use missiles, is prioritize the investments in the army with missiles. There is no country in the world that has so many different types of missiles like Russia. And look where they are now. They have hypersonics. Other countries doesn't have it. And that is a very big problem for the NATO.
Yeah, I want to change topic. I want to ask you guys, but anyone want to still talk about the missiles and planes? No. No. So I want to ask. So we let's look at from the Ukrainian perspective, because they were really excited about this Wagner rebellion, and it looks really serious, especially after Putin came out to talk about it, to condemn the Wagner's rebellion. They call it a betrayal. So and you can see the entire Ukrainian information space just went into nuts. I call it simping. They basically simping for Wagner. I shared on Telegram how one of the I think it's called terror alerts or terror
That
alarm.
is so ironic. That is so
Terror
ironic.
alarm. He wrote Wagner freedom fighters.
So ironic.
5 hours later, they changed back to Wagner terrorists. It's like
So
what?
ironic.
So let's talk about how the Ukrainians view this thing, and what they could have been planning to do. Because Wagner was pushing towards Moscow, right? What could the Ukrainians do? Because they were saying about it's a good time to launch an attack and sort of things. And what do you guys think?
No, the pro-Ukrainians totally got this wrong. Like basically, we know Prigozhin's demand is that the Ministry of Defense get more be more harsh on Ukraine. That's basically what he wants. Right? He is not like the person who says that yes, we will do stuff to end the war in Ukraine. No, that's what the pro-Ukrainians want, but they don't understand that. They just not understand that Prigozhin has turned against Putin and the Ministry of Defense, and he will overthrow the government. That's what they think. But the thing is, that's really not the case. Basically, the case is that he just wants the Ministry of Defense to be more harsh on Ukraine, and the pro-Ukrainians clearly won't like that. So they clearly got it wrong.
I think that the Ukrainians are so desperate for anything bad happening to Russia that anything they hear, they cling to. And that's why this blew up so fast and got exaggerated. Because they just need something to always take the focus away from the failures that are usually going on, or just change the narrative because it's been stagnant and then nothing's really going on. People are like, well, why aren't they advancing? Whatever the case may be, I just think it's getting to the point where anything that sounds bad for Russia, they just jump on it, and if it's fake or wrong or not exactly what they thought it was 10 hours later or 5 hours later, they don't care.
Yeah, no, I think the same would have been true for the Russians as well.
Answer a question?
Yeah, exactly. The Russians do the same thing. They hear about something, there's the people that tell you how this is the end.
Nunya?
Can I answer a question in the chat?
No, cannot. Okay. We still haven't finished talking to this topic.
Just to catch up with the previous conversations. The Ukrainians, for now, they never had a military power against Russia. It's clearly, as you all said, that the West help with the West army, we were able to continue this fight. And it's really difficult for them to win. I don't see them winning this war via military gains. The only really victory they might seek is the collapse of the Russian government, which is why I'm a little bit afraid of a coup d'état. I think we all were, or at least from the pro-Russian side, because even if it's a small spark, shit may hit the fan. And hearing from the Ukrainian side, probably, they gave themselves some. I mean, they always chew on fake news. Like if America told them we will bomb St. Petersburg and Moscow, we would believe it without a second doubt. That's for sure, because we are in the desperate situation. I don't think that it is now. It's their nations is at stake. So if they lose this war, I think there will be no Ukraine, or there will be just a part of it. Just I don't know exactly the involved. and some other cities remaining, which will become Russian puppet, or I don't know how the war may end. But yes, I think it was kind of hope for Ukraine. So, you know, that Prigozhin will destroy and make a coup d'etat and make peace and the regime, as they call it. Well, as a Russian citizen myself, I don't think that it is the regime. I think we elect our leaders as it is done in the West, and particularly we have copied a system after the previous Soviet government. So we are much more like the West than the East, the Chinese system, for example. And also I saw a donation which flashed just for a few moments. If Ukraine can win, yes, because we have, you know, the spirit, the morale. I wouldn't say it that much. I think that many of people of Ukraine, maybe I'm just making assumptions. I think that many people in Ukraine wants peace right now, and they know that it is impossible to win in this conflict with a military means, yes. But I don't think that the Ukraine is governed by the Ukrainian people. I think it has become more like a puppet state, which follows certain rules, and the one who doesn't follow them just gets thrown in the front line and serves its country. I think it's just a really sad sight to see. That's all there is to it. And as well as I hope that Russian people will withstand, because, you know, everybody's talking about the military factor, but there are other factors such as, you know, such as the standard of living. It's not, we try not to talk about, it's not, it has been getting better with Putin, but, you know, now people are dying. Now it's our relatives, it's our friends on the front line. It's beginning to get in our minds sometimes, and it might affect us in the long run. Let's just hope that Russian people will understand what's at stake and what needs to be done. And the higher ups also understand that we're people and not machines, and not to use us like machines. Thank you.
Yeah. Just to follow up on Vaughn's point, where he said that, you know, why has the Ukrainian media been all over this? Well, yeah, they need a win right now. You know, any sort of win for them is good. So, you know, the idea that the Russian military structure is just imploding, well, I mean, that could potentially mean the end of the war. Why wouldn't they want to promote that, right? So, but I think the question that Wyatt had, the underlying question, is why hasn't Ukraine capitalized on, you know, the latest Prigozhin hijinks that's going on? And honestly, they got nothing left. You know, Russia's kicking a dead dog right now. And
yeah, they got nothing.
Yeah,
I mean they've
why.
spent what they've got down there again, you know, for nothing. I mean, there might be some reserves still somewhere, but I mean, what are you going to do? Throw it in Zaporizhzhia or Kremenaya?
I think that's really the likely answer to it. Is we're about as end to that 60,000 or whatever they had mobilized. There's probably few of them left, and they've got nothing to go for another advance. That'd be my guess. And apparently they did today. I thought Craig had mentioned that a couple of battalions had been wiped out or something. But
yeah,
I
he said that,
anywhere.
but there's I can't find any evidence to back that up. I can't find that anywhere.
The only thing I heard was there was like some kind of attack and it was repulsed. That might be what he's referring to, but I haven't heard anything specific about it. But it's in that same area, so more than
I
likely
did read
they
about
took heavy
that.
casualties if they went to the same stupid ass places they've been going. So
Yeah, I had read that before I went to bed last night, so it was probably around 10:30 Eastern time,
Mhm.
and there was some sort of attack from the Ukrainians. I think it was on the Bakhmut flanks or something. So
Yeah.
that might have been what he was talking about.
yeah, whatever they did, I think it was even one of Wyatt's updates, and that they might have made a quick push and then it stopped and then they got pushed back real quick. So whatever they did, it didn't last long, or it never happened.
Right.
I think this rebellion also help us to take a look at the information space. Just all these prominent Twitter accounts, YouTube accounts, individuals, celebrities, or whatever, or experts. We cannot actually go back and look at what they say, and how they assert certain information, certain things. Because we have to be mindful. Everyone is actually reading the same piece of information. There is only this many sources. There is only government sources. Then we have a few trusted pro-Russian sources, and that's about it. Because you can't expect pro-Ukrainian sources to have anything within Russia. So we are all reading the same information, but you look at how the experts or the prominent accounts of people, how they react, how they extrapolate this entire incident, and then you will start to realize some of them are just making things up, or they don't really know what they're talking about, or no, they are jumping the gun.
It's clickbait. You've noticed some of these guys is just like clickbait, where they're just making stuff up. I mean, like you said.
Maddie.
Well, to your point, Wyatt, is that just whenever I see this stuff, I like to take a step back from it and pull back a little bit and see what's going on the battlefield and where this shit is actually happening. Because that can tell you a lot about really how big or bad it may be, or where to at least start from. Because like Wyatt said, we're getting all these, like, they kept on throwing, here's a still shot of fighting. It was a tracer round that went by it. And now that became, the revolution has started. They were shooting at, the Kremlin, and everybody's going nuts. And we're all going down to Moscow, jump in the back of the van, boys. We're fucking going to be kings and emperors. No, it doesn't make any logical sense that it would work, that the Russians would just allow this guy to just go rampaging around with a tank on a low boy and a couple things behind him. Who knows what's in the tank? It doesn't make sense. But like Wyatt said, everybody's guessing. Everybody's an armchair general, trying to go by the information they have, how they see it through the patterns that they've lived, the history that they've read, the things they've experienced, and then you're just extrapolating it all into the battlefield. I know I'm doing it. If you ask me, a tank solves everything. So I know I have my biases. I know it up front, and I admit it. That's why I'm not afraid to come on here and just say the things I do, because I believe what I'm saying. But it doesn't mean it's fucking true or I am right. It's just that I believe what I'm saying. So anytime anybody, if you disagree with me, please do, but bring me the information with you. Because if you bring me the information with the disagreement, I'm going to thank you. And that's the whole thing, is that, I hear a lot of people talking that have military experience that really should know better than to jump right into this shit and start extrapolating it out to everywhere. And I'm talking like generals with 4 stars that stand in front of America. Things like that. They know different. They should know what the situation is really going around. No,
they
they're
actually
lying.
don't know anything. Yeah, they don't know anything. Most
They
of the
don't
time,
know
we
anything.
think that the American military, the intelligence knows a lot, but when the things that they say, the kind of things that they do, it's clear that they actually do not know a lot of the things that is happening on the ground. And hi Dan.
Good morning.
Yeah, it's actually 7:30 a.m. for him now, so it's early in the morning. Yeah, so I just find it very funny, how everybody just keep jumping the gun. They just so desperate to put in the words to like make some conclusion, so that they can be the first. Then end up the conclusion is like, because I did share, because I also do not know what's happening. Until the Russian MOD and then the Putin made the statement, then I kind of take this rebellion, this coup or this mutiny more seriously. And then I did mention that there is a possibility this thing might just have an anticlimactic end, and then and then 3 months later we're gonna see Wagner in the front line, and God, it was correct.
We're talking about this, right?
Yeah,
I woke up because I saw that this shit was happening. You guys were having an open mic, and last night when we were all in the chat, I was telling the guys, look, the way it works in Russia is everybody wanted escalation. Everybody wanted Russia to start bombing the Wagner guys. And I was like, no, Russia's not simply just going to go to war like this. They're going to start doing paperwork. And what did that guy say? There was going to be an open case started on this fucking guy. And of course it was going to be anticlimactic because shit like this doesn't roll in Russia. I'm going into Russia today by train, and I guarantee you nobody's going to be talking about it in Siberia because nobody gives a fuck about these kind of things because the West blows it up more than Russia. Like, it's insane how much people push this out. I still don't know what's happening. I just woke up. Can I get like a 10-second recap? Did Wagner finally get to Moscow? Am I going to a broken country?
Don't worry, just go to the DPA.
Prigozhin's walking, baby. Prigozhin's walking.
No, basically, Prigozhin have negotiated.
The war is over now.
Ministry of Defense, and they've reached an agreement. Prigozhin is now has turned back and is now going back to space.
Yeah, and then that's what I fucking wrote in DPA chat. I said he hasn't crossed the Rubicon. I said
Lukashenko has facilitated these negotiations.
No, so because my experience I've always been Maddie.
No, I'm sorry, but Dan, have you heard anything about the helicopter that people are reporting was shot down? Have you heard anything?
They told me in chat. The only thing I've heard is that they told me on chat, but I told them even if it's true, that's nothing. But also, where the fuck is that on the Russian news? I'm gonna see tomorrow when I get to Russia, see if it's actual, if it's blown up out here in Russia because a helicopter manned by a Russian soldier, by a Russian citizen, killed by a mercenary would show up on the news. We'll see.
And that's what I mean, because if it is true, I will bet you any money that it was probably an SBU guy that did it, that they were taking advantage of, or they started, whatever it is. But like I said, Dan, can you imagine this guy had just brought down and killed 2 Russian officers, basically flying that airplane, and then the guy's going to go in with negotiations, and say, "Oh, my bad. Well, at that time, I thought he was going to shoot at us." So, can you imagine that guy? What he is going to happen to him if it's true? If it is true,
the information about the helicopter shutdown is very weird because when I first encountered it, but of course I wasn't around when everything is happening. So when I was first encountering the information, they already have the information that the pilot is alive and is in the hospital, which I find that's really fast. But no, because usually there's a fog of war, a lot of things happening. The roads are closed. How do you get to a hospital? How do you get this information? I'm not sure.
Well, the other thing is, too, in the one video, they showed a gray naval K-52 dodge a missile, and then the wreckage they showed was the camouflage pattern that you've seen in Ukraine, the green and kind of tannish brown. So it wasn't even the same helicopter. So it's like, I'm sure in that area, it's one unit or the other. There's not like Army and Navy helicopters mixed together flying around. There's probably
I didn't say it wasn't real, by the
station
way.
there or a Navy unit
But there is
station there.
there is a helicopter army base there.
Yeah, so then
there was a helicopter shot down. The details of it, I don't know, but I'm pretty sure there's at least one that was shot down.
I didn't say it wasn't real, but in the end, it wasn't enough to if you see the videos where Wagners are in the city, even if they were bothered. They didn't dare to shoot people. Like this was, they didn't want this to go higher. So even if they did shoot that down helicopter for Russia, I guess the government, it wasn't enough to blow this out of proportion, because I feel that in their head they were like, okay, we need to calm this down, because I was telling the chat that there's one thing that Russia hates more than the fucking West at the moment, and it is Russians making Russia look weak in front of the West, and neither the Wagner boys or Russia want this. So this is totally not something that Russia wanted to let get out of proportion. And I'm just happy that hopefully whatever you guys are saying, that he's gonna finally sign some documents and he's calmed down and he's walking. I hope that's true, because guess what? There's still a military operation going on that they have to take care of. And I'm gonna stick by my word that I believe that there's people in the West. The West talks about this more than Russia. Why? Because there's a combined amount of population in America, England, Canada. All of those people are probably on their computers, like pushing stuff out. Yeah, like, and Russia is just a country, is one country. So it's crazy shit, guys.
But also
you're just a gas station. You
would use it, but then still you went into the war, so you need to know the answer. How realistic was that thing of Wagner? You going with a lot of trucks, ammunition, food, tents. You going direction of Moscow. How long could they hold up if there was really a conflict?
Yeah, that's what we talked about too. Yeah, we talked about this in the chat too, and they were saying, oh, the Wagners have these tanks, the Wagners have this, and I said, no, these guys wouldn't last anything. They're already surrounded. By the way, where are they gonna get? Logistically, they're fucked. Okay, so in reality, this kind of it hints that this was just a small flex that was probably pre-planned, and the government must have known it, because they didn't freak out. Either Russia is like the most calm country in the world, because there's actually no fucking giga
A
chat.
flex? Is it a flex or is it a Maskirovka? Or is it a combination of things?
That he's
In worst scenario, if they really want to have a conflict, it was a one-way ticket. No return possible. No return possible. That's the whole idea. The thing was just too crazy. For me, it's too crazy to be real. Yeah, you can go to a city and striking. I'm not happy. I'm not happy. That's the only thing that happens. Going somewhere, I'm saying I'm not happy. I'm not happy, and blocking the streets. But thinking that a conflict will come out of that, unimaginable. It's just suicide.
Easy to say in hindsight, but when everything is happening, it was very difficult to tell, because the Wagner private military contractors are really very popular within Russia. Prigozhin is very, very well liked. So if this is real, and I'm quite sure Prigozhin, if this is not a false flag, he's also betting on the support of the people. He's betting on the support of the lower ranks Russian military people to at least not stop him, because his idea is not to fight a war. His idea was to go to Moscow to pressure the resignation of Shoigu and Gerasimov. But of course, it's like our most crazy fantasy story being written out in real life, and it is just very, very weird. Like I just want to add one more about there was this oil depot or oil facility that was burning, so-called exploded or burning in Voronezh. From footages that I saw, I did share on the Telegram also, the DPA Telegram. It looks like it was an accident. So the Ka-52 was fired upon, or it was locked on, and then he fired the flares. I think the flares dropped onto the oil depot and caused a fire, and then the thing exploded. I don't think it's a deliberate attack, because when that thing just happened, like I said, everybody is just crazy during those 24 hours. They are saying that the Russian military fired at the depot to maybe deny the Wagner from having oil or something like that. It's like some crazy shit that is happening. So, but from the footages, it seems like it's just an accident, because the footage basically there's no explosion yet. The helicopter was banking, fired the flares. Then after that, the camera turn away. When they turn back, the thing is already burning. So it looks like it is the flare that caused the fire. Yeah, so that's something I just want to share. Random.
Since I will leave, thanks again for having me here.
Thanks for joining.
Even though we had just last words, even though Wagner had, even one helicopter maybe have shut down, or maybe 2 people died, 3 people. I think we have escaped from a very larger conflict, which is nice. And if you burn like some oil or you lose some ammunition, it really doesn't matter. In the end, we still have a Russian government. They figure out everything with Wagner. And okay, it's 1 or 2 lives. I mean, those lives might have even perished in the front lines. We don't really know. And by the way, people in Siberia doesn't give a damn about the Russian European side.
Yeah, it's true.
They don't give a damn about the Russian.
Where are you from? You're Russian?
I'm from Krasnodar. It's
Okay.
down from Rostov.
Yes. Look, the reason why I say this, and I'm not trying to make it sound like Siberians don't care, but the idea in the Far East is like, first of all, Moscow is not even Russia. Moscow is its own entity. So if the Wagners went to Moscow, it's like, okay, they took Moscow, but we still have Russia.
We don't really care. We're just chilling over there, and just the life is better. There because I know from a fact many people from the European side, Russians, go to Siberia to find better work. That's all. Thank you very much for having me.
Take it easy,
keep
bro.
up the information. And you're welcome, Wyatt. Thanks for everything.
Thank you for
Thank you for coming. I just got to say something that Dan what brought up. All I could think of is Napoleon sitting there staring at a burning Moscow, waiting for the Russians to come and capitulate to him. He's still waiting, and he's still waiting. And guess what? That's the way it would have always been. There is no way that was going to. What was Prigozhin going to do in the end? Take all his toys and go?
Hey, Mehdi, one second. 1 second. I just
stop.
gotta say, I'm gonna check out. Hey, Wyatt, thanks as always. Everybody, take care. I look forward to talking. Hey, Dan, brother. I look forward to talking to you guys. Hopefully in the chat, especially Lorenzo, because I don't believe I've ever spoken with you in the Telegram chat. So I hope you hop in.
Yeah,
everybody, peace out. Take care.
Bye, John.
Yeah.
Yeah, Maddie, you can continue your point if you still remember. No.
Oh, you asshole. Good one, though. It is, because I don't. But anyway, no, it's just that I you better make that part segment in the bloopers or something. I don't know. I like that. That was funny. You haven't mentioned my teeth yet. None of you have. I don't care. You want to see a Popeye? So there you go. We got it out of the way. But I don't like, Dan, you're living there, and it's kind of like everything that we hear is like, oh, the poor, horrible conditions. This must be just blowing up the morale of the men and everything like that. And I'm thinking about, that's not, at least from what I read, I've not experienced myself, but what from I read, that the Russian military, even if you have Wagner involved with it, is far more regulated and not just running around wherever they want to be. I mean, they know they're mercenaries on their home territory, for fuck's sake. It's not like they're not going to keep track of these fellows from other nations that are armed within their borders. Am I correct? They must keep track of them.
I think, look, I will say another thing, and it follows your point. I've lived in Russia since April 2022, and every news I've seen on the DPA, all the open mics, the news that and the topics that are there, like the mobilization and the freaking, like, first the drafting thing, it was very crazy on the news. But in living in Russia, I was like, what the fuck? This is like normal. The guy, everything's absolutely normal. So when this happened, I was like, okay, this is gonna be another one of those episodes where shit gets crazy on the internet, but in reality, people are still waking up, scratching their ass in Russia the same way they woke up and scratched their ass. So as far as the troop, like the overwatch of all the troops. I can't talk about what I've seen about that, but I will say that it's like the United States. They're not. They don't just have people running around like savages out here. Everything is in order, man. I like it.
So I was just reporting. I think 1-2 days ago that the Russians have announced that they have formed up an army and an army corps size of reserve, and then we are talking about 25,000 troops from Wagner trying to overthrow the Russian government. It's like, that's why I know right early when I first talk about this rebellion or the rumored rebellion, I already mentioned the Wagner is not going to win. Even if they really fight, yes, they might be elite, whatever. You are 25,000 troops. You're fighting against 1 million strong army. It's not possible. It's just not doable. You can create a lot of mess. You can create a lot of chaos, a lot of destruction, deaths, but you're not going to succeed unless you have a lot of defections. And I think that it does feels like this is a trap. It does feels like a trap. It's like the FSB is trying to root out, who is this? Who are the Ukrainian agents or the forces that is now poising to take advantage of a situation where they will now reveal their real identity to actually overthrow the Russian government, because it is a threat by the West. They are trying to do this. Ukrainian SBU has been trying to develop this. They are trying to use the foreign legion of Russia the free religion of Russia to inspire the people who are not happy to overthrow the government. And this Wagner rebellion is like the perfect time, and I'm not sure. I think the only one that I heard that said that they pledged support for Wagner is the Storm Z, and even that I did not know. I didn't see the information. I only heard it from this massive Twitter coverage on by Mario, that he was doing this super 10 hours, 11, 12 hours live space on Twitter, and I heard over it. But a lot of the information they are talking about is all fake, because they are just reading out loud immediately. Any tweet that appears, they immediately read it, and so much information is all wrong. And then I was like, wow, I am not going to get involved, man, in this thing. So yeah, know what you guys think? Could it be a false flag just to rule out all this possible insurgency?
I mean, that's an idea. I was thinking also that they could have used the opportunity of all the increase in radio traffic to find more communication hubs and headquarters, because everybody would have been talking about it and trying to figure out what was going on. I got to leave and head out. Real quick, my closing is I don't really think what people say happened. If the deal's legit, Prigozhin's walking away and retiring in Belarus with Wagner probably going with him. Maybe there's something to beefing up Lukashenko. Also, maybe look and see if they did some kind of movement while everybody was watching the fake coup. And I'll see y'all later. I enjoyed it as always. And like, share, and subscribe. And always come on the open mic. We need more people, especially if you're in that area where something's going on. Drop in and let us know. I'll see you guys.
Yep.
Bye, Juan.
Yeah, I think it's really important for people to join, especially if you are in the region of something that serious thing happened. Like you see, like Dan can share with us the experience he have in Russia and give us a different context. Our world is we are just reading news. But the reality is very, very different. Like you talk about Singapore, I can tell you, so many things that you read is all fake. So, Maddie.
I think that you have the point, because you can't really disclude it, because look at where it happened. It's not really happened behind the front lines, right? It's actually in an area that is outside of like the main front, is it not? And is it reachable from Ukrainian lines, so to speak? So if it's in an isolated area, not where the main lines are, but reachable from the Ukrainian front, could you see that they were trying to do is, brothers, come and join us, gather up here, come across the lines, we're willing to accept you, you can back us up and we'll go to Moscow type of deal. You could almost see like, oh yeah, here we go, get them all across, and then you just implode them all. I mean, you can't discount anything. Nobody knows. Maybe Russian MOD knew about this the whole time. Maybe they're the ones doing it. Who knows? Because don't these Wagner forces now have forces surrounding them? So now you have the buildup of two forces in one area. And we're told that they're in conflict? Possibly. We don't know.
The place where it started, the place where it started, to me, I was telling Al on the chat, I said, look, even first of all, Wagner didn't take over a city. This is a city that's very close to the conflict zone. Let's say, how far is it from the Donbass? Russia is huge. When you say 1,000 kilometers, you're my neighbor. So the fact that they went to this Rostov place, or what is this place where they were at first? I don't know. Anyways, to me, it's like a forward operating base basically to Wagner. So the fact that they were in this city is not a problem at all for Russia. Now, the fact that they started rolling down highways and stuff, still not a problem. So to me, it's everything that was being shown to me. It could be real, it could be fake. It really didn't matter, because in the end, like I said, we wait for the ending part. That's one thing I've learned living in Russia for so long, is like, all right, we'll see whatever the West says, we'll see what the Russian Ministry of Defense says, but the outcome will be different than both of them anyways. And then the Russian people adjust. So never did I think that these guys were going to actually do something. And if it was real, then he got off really, really well with the slap on the wrist. And the show continues. It was good content for a lot of people.
Yeah, and Rostov was also a military-based city with a lot of military. So the troops are already there. I just checked on Google Maps to see what they have from air base, and they have a helicopter base. So nothing makes sense, you know.
Yeah.
Just like I said, we are not happy. We are not happy. That's the only thing that I can say about that.
I unfortunately have got to take off, but it's been a great chat. I've liked sitting here listening to all the various theories, but I would just caution everybody to say that, you know, more often than not, the most likely scenario is the real story. And I think in this case, Mr. Prigozhin, who we know has got a history of going on deep end, he's got a history of publicly trying to humiliate Shoigu. I think he went off the deep end one too many times after being warned, and then he backed himself into a corner. And I don't think it gets any more complicated than that. I will say, I think this whole move to Belarus, that's a Band-Aid solution. I think we've heard the last of Mr. Prigozhin for sure. So anyway, great chat, gents.
Bye.
So
you guys want to continue to talk, or you all want to do closing?
Well, I was first eager to hear RL.
I got ahead.
I was also happy to hear him. So first RL, and then maybe Mehdi, and then maybe you'll see for closing afterwards, maybe.
Well, hello everybody. For me, all that story, no matter what happened to Wagner Group, if the attack of the camp was real or not, just show to me that Putin is living in a bubble for obvious reasons, because he's the president of the Russian Federation, so he needs to be protected. But all information he received is filtered by his surrounding. And it seems that for Russians, it's a fact that there is an issue with what they called the bureaucracy, and especially for military purpose, for the army, the bureaucracy surrounding the military. There is an issue with it. And so I think the only way for Prigozhin to put the finger on that problem was to make what he has made. So fortunately, Lukashenko intervened, and now things will maybe go as usual, normal. But this is a big blowback for the image of Russia in the international sphere. Maybe people in Siberia or in the other part of Russia, for them it's not news because the planet is still turning around the sun, so still revolving around the sun. But this was a very good opportunity for the West to increase their pressure in the public relations sphere. And that will be difficult for Russia to kind of clean that bad image they have. But as I think Russians don't give a fuck about what the rest of the world are thinking about them, especially public opinion from the West. But that can be damaging to areas like Africa or Asia, but maybe not.
Yeah, I think that all this goes away, RL, with one more victory. Like if Russia does some sort of something good with a great merit in the battlefield, it all goes away. Like to me, it's going to blow over in Russia faster. Why? Because the Russian people know it affects them if they dwell on this kind of shit. And the West just wants to be stuck on their computers and doing all of this. It doesn't work, RL. So yes, of course, the president is in a bubble. I don't know what the point was there. Like, if you think that this was bad for Russia, this was probably the cleanest they could have come out, in my opinion. It's the cleanest solution.
Absolutely. I mean, the intervention of Sorovikin when he made his video, everybody said we are at war. This time frame is very critical for us against our enemies, and beginning to fight each other is the worst thing that could happen. So I think everybody understands it. People from Wagner, people from the army, people from political elite, people from regular population, all understand that. That's why maybe with some phone calls, things could have been managed so quickly.
It's gonna be awesome.
So, shall we do closing? I think the conversation have run its course. Maddie, you want to start first?
Yeah, I gotta go myself. We can discount nothing at this point. So I just recommend when you hear things and when you see things, step back, take a look at it, and do a game theory thing. Who benefits in the end of everything that's going on, and where is it happening? Because that means a lot as to what you can how to look at things. Always be a skeptic of anything you're taking in. I know there's some people in chat, they say I'm a Russian shill. I don't give a shit. I'm just going where the logic takes me. And this is where it's taken me all along. And so far I've been proven right. So I'm going to trust my intuition on this, because I've now learned and met a lot of friends from around the world who are now shaping my opinion about things, which is what this channel does. So like and subscribe before this skinny 130-pound, 5'6" stupid little ass comes and kicks it. So take care, guys. It's the best.
Thank you, Maddie.
Wait, can I also say something? Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think I have said like what I think about this rebellion or mutiny or whatever you call it before, like during the first. But the thing is, I basically believe like what the current evidence shows. Like the evidence shows, other reports show that it was actually Prigozhin getting angry and the Minister of Defense, so he did this, and they negotiated, and they agreed. Uh, then they agreed on a few terms, basically. So I don't. So basically, I'm a type of person who doesn't like look towards the theories too much. I just look at like, I just base my like belief on what the current evidence or the reports we have right now. I don't like make any theories. Basically, that's how I perceive these events as. That's what I want to say.
Thank you, Ray. So, Mr. Lambo, you want to close?
Yeah, I want to close. Today we did on the Telegram chat group, and I think the voice chat was like 9 hours. I also did a little nap in between it because it was a long boring day. Because so many things happened suddenly, and we were chatting about what could happen, and then suddenly we're hearing they have an agreement. So we're like chatting all these hours for nothing. They're going home. You see them partying with the people on the street, and okay, it's done. For me, it was just a big joke. For me, it was just a big joke. I think they try to do something, pay the attention on that side, and Prigozhin was a problem. Prigozhin was not happy, and they find a solution for it now. I hope it was something we never seen happening in that way. It's very strange thing. Yeah, it was a very strange day. It was a long time ago. Also, I did a full open mic, so it was cool. But from the front line, I can say, yeah, if you're looking at the footages we see this week about the tanks panicking of the crews, it's not going well for the Ukrainian army at all. And it's just like we already say for weeks and weeks and weeks, it's a lost war, and they're going to lose it. If they're playing that way, they're going to lose it, and it's just a matter of time to see when it's going to happen. But for the rest, yeah, it was a good open mic with a very strange situation today. So we're going to see in the future what's going to happen, and we will see. So thank you for that great panel again, and thank you, Wyatt, for the good information you always provide us to see what's happening on the front line. Always funny to watch emotional damage. Always cool to see that, and yeah, like and subscribe, and that channel needs to have more viewers than all these pro-Ukrainian bullshit viewer pages on YouTube, because I watched a live stream of another guy. I don't want to call his name because he's so stupid. I just want to slap him all the time. And he was like busy with all the things he's reading on Twitter, and then suddenly, they have an agreement. Okay, agreement. Yeah, it was very funny to see his reaction because his thumbnail's already so stupid. So no, Wyatt, you do a very good job. DPA is awesome. So thank you for that.
Thank you,
Well,
Mr. Lam. RL or Dan, who want to go first?
Yeah, whatever. Both of us came very late.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. You want to go or I'll go?
Oh, let me go. I mean, I wanted to jump in earlier, but it was full, impossible to join because JB talked about stuff I really wanted to. How to say?
Me too.
Have a discussion with him.
You know, I was short when he started about Europe.
Wait, who said what?
He was talking about
US
the
politics.
fact
Europe
that
and his
things are
immigrants.
changing with time, and today's time with what happened in United States with that all-inclusive thingy and so on. That ideology, wokeism, will also contaminate the rest of the world because the world is changing and blah blah blah. It was like, oh my
We
god.
need to follow that. We need to follow the world is changing. We need to agree with that.
So yeah, he wasn't there anymore. So maybe next time we will talk about
Yeah, I
the
think he also
tools
brought up
used.
the
closing.
Budapest memorandum. So I like
the
wanted
tool,
to like talk about
maybe
that too.
later we will talk about the tools used by the West to continue their domination on other societies and countries and cultures. Voilà.
Okay, then.
Santé.
All right, this is my thoughts, and I'll make them quick. If it was real, this is the only. If it was real, the Wagner people had only one route. The safest route is how it ended this way. If it was fake, this is the only way to fake it to where it doesn't get out of control. So whether it's real or fake, it had to have one same conclusion. Because anything else that deviates from this line, it's too dangerous and it's an overstep, crossing the Rubicon. Russia, if it was real, the Wagner didn't want to cross the Rubicon. If it was fake, the government didn't want them to cross the Rubicon. If you don't know what that means, guys, that's when Caesar marched in and crossed the river that Rome said, don't cross this line. So no lines were crossed. So in my opinion, whether it was real or fake, they never crossed the line. So it was okay. Now, I will say, again, thanks everybody for watching. We're almost at 100 in the DPA Special Forces. Please continue to support, because this is the best community there is on this kind of stuff. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dan. So, thank you guys for participating. Sorry, RL and Dan,
Yes.
you guys come in very late.
This it's like 6 a.m. here.
Yeah, it is.
You need to go to bed.
Yeah,
you know
I've been awake since-
what was my original plan? I was planning like a 3 hours European session, then after that maybe in another 2-3 hours time I will do a American Asian session, because it's like so many things have happened, right? So and then end up when I came online after I wake up, it's like, what the hell, the thing is over already. So then end up when I open the show, is the Americans are all in, and then it's like it's pointless anymore. Then after they talk about US politics, and half of the audience just like, fuck US politics again. Then they left.
Hey Wyatt, everybody
yes.
got a plan until Prigozhin punch you in the face.
Yeah, I also think so.
Okay, I just want to say something. Like, if you guys want to talk with me, I'm always active on the DPA Discord, so make sure to join the DPA Discord.
Yeah. So bye Lambo. Bye Ray. So yeah. So so like what Red has just said, if you want to discuss stuff, you can actually join the DPA Discord. I have to also warn you that it is pretty highly moderated, because of the term of service by Discord is pretty strict. So but it's a good place to talk about politics and geopolitics and war and stuff. Or you want the totally a less structured and a more Wild West, just join the Telegram chat, which is attached to the Telegram channel. Yeah, the Telegram channel. Yeah, you follow me there, because you'll see me post things there. You can also follow me on Twitter, but on Twitter I'm a bit more noisy, because I spend more time trolling over there than actually sharing information, because a lot of people are just hippopotamus. And also what else? Yeah, the just now we actually have a lot of viewers combined. That was like over 800 live viewers. So thank you for watching. But those guys are all gone now. We only left with 365 now, not counting Rumble. Let me see how many I got on Rumble. Like 14. So yeah, and I don't know how many on Twitter, because this whole freaking thing doesn't integrate properly. Yeah, so yeah, we actually lost 200-300 viewers talking about US politics, but that's just how it is. I think because 70% of the viewers of DPA are un-Americans, but 30% is still quite a number of people. But it happens. So yeah, but this is the open mic, so I don't dictate. So I may do another live later. Maybe I'll see my energy level. I will basically, it will be a more of a monologue and a live chat with you guys. Talk about this conclusion of the entire Russian Civil War that lasted only 24 hours. So we shall see how this goes. I'll see my energy level later, because actually I wanted to do a live yesterday, but I was sleepy, so I went to sleep instead. So luckily I didn't do, because it would be a freaking waste of time. then I would say things that I would regret. Like it didn't age well at all. You will not age well at all. So many things didn't age well, over the past 24 hours. So many people wrote so many things. I was like, oh my god. Yeah, it's so funny. So anyway, I also do follow me on Twitter if you use Twitter. It's very easy to find me. Just type DPA or Defense Politics. You a high chance you will be able to find my Twitter account. I actually is collecting memes for the Wagner rebellion. I've collected a lot. It's very funny. So I will probably do a go through in the commander's briefing. I think that will be funny. And so thank you guys for watching. Still got 300 of you guys here still listening to me to talk. I'll see you guys later. For those that are watching on the main channel on Twitter, do go over to the DPA Open Mic YouTube channel. Do subscribe over there. For those that are Rumble, of course, just follow on Rumble, because this is only live on the Rumble's Open Mic channel. And Rumble is still a very, very, very new thing. So it's still going to take time to grow. So I'm not going to be too uptight about that. It's just a backup in case whatever shit happened to YouTube. But if shit happened to YouTube, DPA is doomed, because that's where most of the income come from. And also what else? Do press the like and subscribe. And also you can okay, so for those that never watched the open mic before, this open mic today is a bit, I think, from my feeling I get, is that today's energy level is lower, except for at the beginning. I think because everybody was staying up awake, and they spent hours and hours chatting and talking and looking for information about this Wagner mutiny. So as a result, by the time the open mic starts, everybody have no more energy left. So usually isn't this low energy. So I think around an hour ago, I think the chat, the open mic, we are already kind of becoming very sluggish. The people is running out of things to talk about. So that's very interesting. And so let's see how this goes. I'll see you guys later. Hopefully I will have energy to do a live. But what I will need to do is probably to map out the past 24 hours first, whatever shit happens. And then so I know what I will be talking about at least. And do press the like button. I don't know how many times I say this again. And and okay, I think that's about it. So I'm going to put in the outro, and then put in some music, and then we shall close. Arigatou gozaimasu, terima kasih, 谢谢, and then 多謝, and 感謝, and plastic bus, and a plastic bus, and I'll see you in the next update.
is why